135 points or 15 points per game. 11 straight games allowing 21 or fewer. The defense is locked in.
Yeah, well, the last 2 weeks they played against two quarterbacks with 30 years of experience, and they made them look exactly what they are. Quarterbacks with experience, but then the years are catching up to them. And the defense looked like a young, fresh, hard-hitting, attackable defense, whether it's blitzes from Brisker and Kyler Gordon, blitzes and catching the quarterback like Billings, or just created fumbles after a completion is made that result in both of them touchdowns for the offense. So, everything that you want to build with the defense, they're building it. And one thing great about a building defense like the Bears have, it travels well. So whether you're playing in Europe or in the division, a good solid defense on the road can help you the most.
Dexter now has 10 hits on the quarterback in the first 5 games of the year.
And it's amazing because all offseason, all we did was talk about if this defense is going to take a major step forward, it's going to be because of Javon Dexter. And we're seeing it come to fruition.
All right, that's going to wrap up our portion for now. We'll meet with Coach Eberflus in a few minutes. But for now, after this 36-10 win over the visiting Carolina Panthers, we hand it off to our post-game duo, the one and only Peggy Kaczynski and the one and only most unique man in show business, Yurko. Take it away, guys.
All right. Thank you, JJ and Tom. We appreciate that. The Bears get their first win streak of the season, back-to-back wins at home. Yurko, this was one of those make good games for the offense.
It's part of the schedule where you got to make hay. You knew what you're doing. You were playing a bad Carolina team. You were playing them at home. This is the part of the schedule where the Bears got to make hay. And they did today. And they're multiplying by sevens, which is always fun. 7, 14, 21. 27 because the kicker decides to miss an extra point. But that's the way to get it done. That's the way to go ahead and put an exclamation point. Just put an emphatic stamp on a wonderful performance out there. And there were enough things that were done wrong that you got something to look at on film too. So good. Nice victory. Pat yourselves on the back. Get packed. Get your passports out. Off to London you go. Jacksonville. I'm happy Jacksonville won this week. I didn't want to play Jacksonville if they didn't have a victory. That would have been a desperate team. Now you got a team that at least feels good about itself. They take a deep breath. It was alumni weekend down there. They put Coughlin up in the Ring of Honor in Jacksonville. So there's a lot of momentum, a lot of this, a lot of that. Let them get on their flight. Let them be tired. Let them get out there next week, and then we'll hand it to them, the Jacksonville Jaguars, same way we handed it to Carolina Panthers. So you got to like what the Bears did. It was exciting. I predicted that this 23-13 was the final. I predicted 36-10. So good. It was what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a dominant performance by the Bears on both sides of the ball, and that's what ended up happening.
All week they preached getting off to a fast start, and in that first possession, it did not look good. A near interception, a sack of Caleb Williams. But after that, they got the fast start that they were looking for. Heading into this game, they only had 13 first-half points by the offense. They had 27 first-half points today. They got off to a fast start.
Well, they're trying to piece it together. It's a work in progress, as they say. The makeshift offensive line, Tevin Jenkins ended up starting, but he ended up leaving. You saw who stepped in at the guard position after he took off.
Matt Pryor
was
over,
in it,
and then they brought in Bill Murray.
Bill Murray.
Yeah,
that's
Bill
right.
Murray. That's right. Pryor was right guard. Nate Davis doesn't look like he's coming back.
No, it doesn't look like he's coming back in a starting role anytime soon. So they put a makeshift offensive line against a team that's injured, a team that's beat up, that's lost a bunch of defensive starters, lost Jadeveon Clowney halfway through the game. No apologies. You play the teams that are on the schedule. You were supposed to beat the Carolina Panthers, and you did beat the Carolina Panthers. Wonderful, good. We move on. The Bears are 3-2. I think they're still last in the division, but they're 3-2.
Well, the Lions have a bye this week, right? The Lions, yeah. So as of now, they're still at the bottom of the division.
Yeah.
So
they're at 750, and we're at 600.
Yeah,
there you go. That's how it works.
You got me. You got me.
Yeah, but we're in last. It's fine. And you got a game you should win next week.
Not enough can be said about the Bears winning at home. They're doing a nice job with that 8-game win streak dating back to last year. 8 straight wins at home. Now they've won their home games here so far this year, early in the season. They're winning when they're supposed to win.
Well, you look at when teams get good, what do? They win at home. They go 8-0 or 7-1. Back in the day, we had 16 games. and you split on the road. So if you can go 8-0 at home, you go 4-4 on the road, you got a 12-4 record. And you wouldn't expect any more really on the road. Then if you go 7-1, you can be 5-3 on the road. But either way, you win at home, you split on the road, you're in the playoffs. So that's what you're looking to do. So they've been able to do it. And I said last year as they were playing well, I go, well, this is the first step in becoming a good football team, is you've got to be able to control everything at your house. So if you can control stuff at your house, then you're going to be in pretty good shape when you get on the road. And ththey're controlling their house. 8 in a row. They don't play a home game until New England, I believe, in November.
Right.
November is what we're waiting for another home game. So Bears fans aren't going to see this team play for a long time at Soldier Field.
Caleb Williams has now won each of his first 3 home games, the first time for a number 1 overall pick in the modern draft era. He broke that record with the win last week. He just keeps piling on to that. And Caleb Williams has improved every single game. He came into this game last in explosive plays by a quarterback. Today, he threw passes of 42 yards, 34 yards, 26, 25. So he is increasing his stats in every category, taking care of the football. A couple of close calls.
Sure.
But it was still a clean slate for him today. Nice job by him with his finishing with another 300-yard, back-to-back 300-yard passing game and a quarterback rating of 126.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice, clean game for him. There were times that he looked lost in the pocket, and he's not feeling his escape routes naturally. He doesn't have a feel for it yet. You find him looking around the rush to pocket. Where do I go? How do I get out of here? It's closing in on me. Where do I get out of here at? So hopefully it becomes a little bit more comfortable when he's held the ball a little bit too long to find that little avenue for him to escape and maybe either make a continue to look for a throw or find a way to get positive yardage via the feet. And he did rush for some yardage today, which is fine because if you got to tuck it and run, go ahead and do it. He had 34 yards rushing and 5 carries today.
432 total yards of offense by the Bears today. DeAndre Swift, another good game today out of DeAndre Swift, 73 yards on the ground, 47 receiving. He had 120 total yards last week at 165 total yards. So DeAndre Swift, the Bears are getting their money's worth with him. And DJ Moore and Caleb made up. They made up. They're not mad at each other anymore. DJ Moore got his 2 touchdowns, and he made me very happy.
When you're a number 1 receiver and you're not getting the football and you're not getting the football in a place to win, you're going to let the world know that you're not a happy camper. And he did. Whether you're sitting on the bench alone, whether you're looking at his facial expressions, whatever you did, he let the world know he was not a happy wide receiver, and the quarterback needed to catch up, whether the quarterback liked it or not. And so what has happened? What has happened is when he announced his displeasure with the way he was carrying himself and that people could look into it and see exactly what the hell was wrong, he let the quarterback know, listen, if we're going to be successful, the ball needs to come through me too. Wide receivers are selfish by nature because they need the football to do damage. And if they don't have the football, they can't do any damage to anybody. And if you go and have a 4-game stretch the way DJ Moore had, there's not a wide receiver in the world that'd be a happy camper with that 4-game stretch. And he just wanted to let the quarterback and the organization know, hey, let's go. Football needs to be coming my way if good things are going to happen for this team.
And he was the most targeted receiver on the Bears today. Targeted 8 times. He had 5 catches for 105 yards, 2 touchdowns. Roschon Johnson got 2 touchdowns on the ground. DeAndre Swift with a rushing touchdown as well. Caleb Williams almost had his first rushing touchdown, but he got that called back as well. A good overall win for the Bears. A great day on the lakefront for Bears fans. As Yurko just said, it's going to be a while before you see the Bears back on the lakefront again. Let's take your phone calls when we come back at 312-332-3776. This is the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Chicagoland, your number 1 team for luxury is Bill Jacobs Auto Group. We're leading the league with top new car volume for BMW, Land Rover, Mini, and Volkswagen. Discover an experience that matches our winning lineup. Drive home in style and comfort today. At Bill Jacobs, the cars bring you in, the experience brings you back. Year-to-date new car volume for BMW, Land Rover, Mini, and Volkswagen.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Miller Lite is brewed with great taste and only great taste.
The Miller Brewing Company would like to issue a correction. Miller Lite is brewed to be less filling. What are you doing here?
Miller Lite tastes great.
Look, I'm just reading the script. It says less filling.
That's not what my script says.
Well, mine said.
We'd like to apologize for the previous announcers. Miller Lite is in fact less filling and tastes great. Time to shine, legal guy.
Celebrate responsibly. Milwaukee, Wisconsin beer. 96 calories and 3.2 grams carbs per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Did you lose your health insurance coverage? Loss of health coverage may qualify you for a special enrollment period through the ACA Health Insurance Marketplace to find the right health insurance that fits you and your family's needs and budget. At getcoveredillinois.gov, certified local navigators can help you enroll in a quality, affordable health plan. Financial help may also be available. Reach out to a certified local navigator at getcoveredillinois.gov. Your health coverage starts here.
Peggy and Yurko, Postgame on ESPN Chicago.
The Bears win 36-10. They are now above 500. Let's head back to Soldier Field where Jeff and Tom are standing by with the Bears winning head coach, Matt Eberflus. Okay, the coach is not ready yet, so we'll keep it here, Yurko and I. Yurko, 3 into the Bears above 500 for the first time in 2 years.
Yeah, long time coming. They had to break it down. They had to rebuild it. Part of that was trading that pick to Carolina. You saw some of the stuff during the game today. Everything that the Bears have received and what Carolina had gotten. Long time coming, but it's great to see that the Bears are finally getting it done.
Let's head back to Soldier Field. It looks like head coach Matt Eberflus is ready, standing by right now with Jeff and Tom.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you for your patience. 36-10. A lot to break down. What sticks out to you?
Yeah, a lot sticks out. I was real pleased with the guys, the way they've been communicating, and detailed and in practice the last 2 weeks. And, it's starting to pay off and just communicating with each other and making sure everything's right in terms of the execution piece of it. We started last game with some penalties in the beginning, and I thought we were much cleaner, in terms of starting the game that way. But, again, my hat's off to them for their focus and for the coaches and really for the fans. The fans do a great job, and fans are a weapon here at home, and they do a wonderful job with that. So the turnovers, of course, 3-0, 3-0, 16 points off the turnovers. The sacks are always a big thing for us, 4-1 there. So I think that's a really good advantage right there. But, the clean operation with the quarterback, passer rating of 126, took 1 sack, and obviously had that really did a nice job of moving the ball around to all of our skill. So that was really good. And then being committed to the run game, ran 39 times. Some of that was 4-minute because of the lead. Right before half, I was really pleased with that, how we operated there to get that lead. And the guys really did a nice job in complementary football.
And the thing that stuck out, too, about Caleb, just seemed in control the entire day. Take away that first throw to Keenan Allen, that could have been trouble, whether that's a misconnection or whatever, miscommunication. But the way he was at the line of scrimmage, he was sparking out new signals with the clock winding down, but in control of the entire game today. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, and again, he knows that, this is a long season, and we have to get better every single week, and, at that position and also around that position, and we thought this was a step in the right direction this day.
You know, Matt, the first 4 games, Caleb, 9 per catch in the first half. This week, first half, 18.1 yard per catch in the first half. So my question really leads to the second half. You have that production, you have the points and everything in the first half. As a head coach, is there anything you have to do to teach your team how to attack the second half and be as productive and to be as hungry as they were in the first?
Yeah, I just think that's growing. That's just growing as a unit and growing as a football team. You know, we talked about starting fast this week. We thought that was really important for us because we hadn't done that, offense, defense, and kicking. And I thought we did that today. But it's always about the second half, about being able to sustain that, start fast. When you get whoever's up on that first drive, we got to do a great job of being 3 and out on defense, or taking the ball down and scoring. So that's just the maturation process of our football team. But I thought we took a step in the right direction today.
You know, a guy taking a step in the right direction week in and week out has been Javon Dexter, and you've talked about the role and the importance of a 3-technique defensive tackle. Is there anything that's surprising to you about his growth, about his production, or is this something you expected when you looked at his athleticism, his size, his length, his strength, and his speed, and everything that goes into account?
Yeah, I remember Ryan and I sitting down and watching that pro day at Florida, and we saw him turning the corner, on the hoops and all those things, those drills they do, and they were like, oh man, that is it right there. So we really like the man, like the person, like the teammate, is A+, but now he's starting to really work into being the player that we thought he would be. And that's all based on his work ethic and his determination. And he's done that. Travis Smith, our D-line coach, being our other assistant D-line coach, and then Eric Washington, our defensive coordinator, do a great job with that D-line, working together and working as one. And Javon's a big part of that.
Matt, you've been around football a long time. What is your initial reaction to the kickoff and kickoff return at this point? I'm almost to the point where, hey, take a knee in the end zone, get the ball at the 30-yard line. As an offensive player, I like it at the 30. Do you have any thoughts about it as of yet?
Yeah, I do, and I think that's it's in play. So that's, as a coach, I know the things in play. That this particular kickoff is in play, so we have to try to use it to our advantage. Based on personnel, based on what we see, from the other offense, from the other returner, and so forth. But I do think it is something that you have to look at every single week and what your plan is going to be, and you got to be fundamentally sound. We let the one out. We mounted the lead and we let the one out there on our left side on our kick team, and you just got to have great leverage. You got to use your hands. You got to be able to shed blocks. I do see that guys are using bigger people because you do need to use your hands and shed blocks, at that point. But so it's in play. We got to do a good job with it.
You had to be ready again on the offensive line. Tevin had to leave the game, ankle. Bill Murray steps right in, seemed to have very physical attitude and some attitude runs there in the second half. I know you have to take a look at that on tape, but just having those guys ready because it's been that way.
Bill's been working his butt off. He really has. He's been working his tail off, and he deserves the opportunity. And from just the first view, it looked like he did some really good things in there. So we'll take a look at the tape, but it looks like he did some good stuff.
Scuffle at the end, heated battle. What's the story there?
Yeah, they just said that both of them threw a punch, and Matt Pryor knows he can't do that. He knows he can't do that. He's got to always talk about guys controlling their emotions. You can have your temperature hot, but it can't be boiling where you're out of control. So you got to really understand. You got to dial it back when you can start feeling yourself going that way. So we always got to be in control. We don't want any penalties, any stupid penalties like that. So we got to be smart about that.
All right. So now an interesting week. Off to London. A lot of preparations already went into it, so it's not going to be a shock to the system, right?
No, really the main focus was Carolina, so we did not talk about, we talked about Carolina or London one time last Monday, and that was just about your bag check and whatever, but that was it. I said, I don't want to hear another word about it because we have to focus on Carolina, and we're not looking forward. We're looking at 1 week at a time. It's a 1 week league, and this is no different. So now we have to move on to Jacksonville in London. So guys are all set. And my hat's off to the logistics people, all the staff members, team med, equipment, Darby, our video, everybody that has to get prepared for that. Kyle Kelly has done a wonderful job getting us ready for that. So, Tarpey's done the security, all those things. And those guys have done just an A+ job, and they did it behind the scenes. So there's a lot of credit that's deserved for those folks. But we're ready to go. We'll be taking off tomorrow evening, so we're ready.
All right. We'll be there. Can't wait. Matt, congratulations.
All right. Thanks, guys.
That's Bears head coach Matt Eberflus. Back to you, Peggy and Yurko.
All right, JJ, thank you very much. Flus is now 500 at home, 10-10 as the head coach of the Chicago Bears. And that Matt Eberflus interview with Jeff and Tom is brought to you by Finishing Chicago. All great finishes start with hiring qualified contractors from finishingchicago.com. You know, Yurko, it's not easy to stay as focused as the Bears were able to do when you have a team that you are supposed to beat, that is very banged up. It looks like it's an easy win on your schedule, and you know you're leaving for London tomorrow. The Bears did a nice job staying focused in preparations for this game.
Well, you've got to take care of the task at hand. And you can't get caught looking forward into the schedule. So, yeah, focus needed to be there today. The Carolina Panthers were the squad that needed to be beat. They were ripe for the picking. And fortunately for the Bears, after just a smidge of a slow start, both offensively and defensively, they said, hey, not today. And they came out and they started playing good, solid football. And when they just started racking up touchdown after touchdown after touchdown after touchdown, I was like, this is pretty impressive. And they got the ball back for themselves right before the half. It looked like you're going to punch it in for a fourth one. Something happened. There's a penalty that put them in a bad yardage, put them behind the sticks, as they like to say. It caused them to give the ball back. And then there was a big hit on the tight end by, I believe, Brisker.
Yes.
He put a shoulder in there, got the ball out. They recovered. They took that in for the touchdowns. And that's what you wanted to see. 27-7 in that half. You knew this one was basically over. They kicked the field goal in the second half. The Bears, I believe, put up 9 more points, 10 more points, whatever they put up. And there you go. Nice, easy Bears victory. Something to build confidence on. Something to make the flight go by a little bit quicker. And now it's out to London, where the Jacksonville Jaguars, for one crazy reason or another, like to play out there. And they win games out there. They won 2 games out there last year.
Isn't their owner, doesn't he also own a soccer team?
Yes, Saad Khan owns Fulham Football Club.
Yes.
In Craven's Cottage.
That's why they
by
like
the
going
River
out there.
Thames.
See?
Yeah.
16 points today for the Bears off of 3 defensive takeaways, plus 16 there in the turnover margin. Nice job playing complimentary football. And how about Jervon Dexter Sr. at the 3 technique? Happy birthday. He brought everyone to the birthday party today.
He was happy.
I mean, he played. It was a birthday party for Dexter Sr. He had a sack. He had 3 quarterback hits, a fumble recovery. He is really playing nice on the interior of that line.
Well, he had to get rid of the stench of Florida football. And what I mean by that is they play a 2-gap system down there. So when they saw him working out at whatever pro day they saw him at, they saw him using his athleticism to get around the rings, where they watch a guy get low to the ground to see how athletic he is and whether he can turn or not while still maintaining speed. So that's what they enjoyed watching and everything. But when you saw him here, you got to get rid of that mentality. The mentality of a 2 is to read and react. And if you're going to play a 3 technique or a 1 technique in this system that the Bears utilize, you've got to be willing to get off the ball, take the battle to them, get on their side of the line of scrimmage, and then do the damage from there. And last year, it took a long time for him to get rid of it. And I can understand why. If he's in college for 3 years and that's the system they got him playing, well, those are hard habits to break, like a bad golf swing. If you're coming over the top, hard to break if that's what you've been doing your whole time. That's what he was doing. So once he got rid of the stench of Florida football, and this year and a full offseason with the Bears in the weight room and, with the program they had, then you come back out. Now you know what you're looking for with a year of experience under your belt. I'm happy because I always thought and compared him to a kid like Santana Dotson, who played for the Tampa Bay Bucks and went up to Green Bay in 1996 and helped them win a Super Bowl. Santana Dotson was a hell of a player, could rush the passer, and still play the run very effectively. And when I saw Dexter and I saw Santana, I go, these very similar players. And if he can get to there where Santana once was, I think we're going to have ourselves a pretty good player.
And Dexter did say this week that he does keep receipts. He knows every team that passed on him, and he does keep track of what Jalen Carter is doing because he wants to prove to everyone that he is as good or better than Jalen Carter.
I'd woe that thing. I'd say just be happy you're being successful right now.
Listen, whatever motivates you.
Yeah.
Whatever motivates you.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, whatever motivates you. That's good. It's a good theory there, Pat.
Right. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we have Jason McKie. We'll have his Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana locker room interview with QB1. You are listening to the Chicago Bears postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is Jeff Joniak here to tell you about Ego Power Plus. Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Take it from me. I love the 22-inch Select Cut self-propelled lawnmower. It cuts my lawn in a single charge. Ego delivers the power and performance of gas, but without the noise, fuss, or fumes. Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium battery technology is the heart and soul, the system, and what powers game-changing torque needed for demanding jobs. Learn more at egopowerplus.com. Ego, power beyond belief.
We all know going solar is a great way to help create a healthier, cleaner planet. But the first step is finding a solar solution that makes sense for you. You may have questions about cost and convenience. ComEd has answers and tools, like a solar calculator, to help you see all your options. You don't even need solar panels to benefit from solar power. You just need the right information. Go to comed.com/solar to find a solar solution that works for you.
Peggy and Yurko post game on ESPN Chicago.
Caleb Williams wins his first 3 games at home, the first quarterback that was selected #1 overall to do so in the modern draft era, and he is standing by right now with Jason McKie.
Here at Bears quarterback Caleb Williams. Caleb, you guys seem to pick up where you left off last week. Good balance on offense in terms of the run game, the pass game. Talk about your offensive line's performance along with your running backs today.
Yeah, they did a great job. I told them that middle of the game, throughout the whole game, that they're doing a great job. There's a few sacks that was on me, holding the ball too long, trying to do too much. But other than that, I mean, they did a great job. Obviously, running backs, when they had the holes and things like that, when they opened up, they hit them. And when they weren't, they were just, getting the ugly yardage, which goes a long way in football games because those ugly yardage, they end up being 2-3 yards. And then, at some point you pop one of those long runs, when those keep happening. And so, they did a great job, super excited, the progress that we keep having and things like that. That goes down to, the leadership of these guys, the personality of this team. It keeps showing and we're going to keep progressing and things like that.
Let's talk about the offense. You guys seem like you were in complete command in terms of, coach was getting the plays in faster. Seems like you were comfortable the entire time. Talk about, how comfortable you was out there executing as a game plan today.
Yeah, I felt good. Us getting into a rhythm early is extremely important. Starting fast is always important, in football games and things like that because, not having many penalties in the first half, not having many penalties, slowing drives down and things like that. It goes a long way, because you still may have those ugly plays where you don't really get much yardage, but when you have those penalties and when you have those negative plays that put you behind the sticks pretty heavily, it's pretty tough to get back from those. So as a team, we did a good job, staying ahead of the sticks in the first half, and then we had a few penalties coming out, in the second half that we'll definitely get better at. We'll definitely be better from when we go back and look at it.
You and DJ, the chemistry seems to be getting better and better. You guys connected for 2 touchdowns today. Break down the first touchdown pass, the 34-yard bomb you threw to him. Looks like he ran a deep over route. Talk about the coverage and what you saw in that play.
Yeah, so they, we got up on the ball. We had a tell that they were getting it to a 1 high. When we were moving the ball, getting tempo going, and so we got into that. Left safety tried to rotate back over, and the corner took the post. Our inside seam or kind of streak route. I got taken by that opposite safety, and then when the corner takes that post, there's nobody else over there unless the backer gets a lot of depth, and he didn't. DJ ran a great route, made a great catch, and went down the sideline, scored.
Let's talk about the second touchdown. Looked like you hit him on another post over the middle. You put that ball out there perfectly, especially with the wind conditions. Talk about, did that affect anything? And talk about that second connection on that touchdown pass to DJ.
Yeah, trying to get adjusted to the wind. The first pass that we threw in the game, we threw a little out to Keenan right into the gusts of wind right there, and it just killed the ball. And so just, I mean, y'all kept seeing me, I believe, squirting the water bottle, trying to see where the wind was going and how strong it was. And, we did a good job, throughout the game, communicating and things like that, understanding the wind, whether I had to drive it, in different moments, and, playing, in the wind and things like that. I think everybody did a good job focusing on the catches when they had to be made. Even a couple of the tosses, tosses that we had, the wind was catching it. So we did a good job overall.
Last question for you. How excited are you to be going over across the pond playing in London? And second part of this question, what are you most excited to do besides football?
Most excited to do. We're an hour away from London, so don't really know. And then other than that, really excited to go over there. So, first time playing over there. And then other than that, my girlfriend's family, she's from over there. And so, they'll all be at the game for the first time ever seeing me play. And so it's going to be really exciting, really fun.
Congratulations. Enjoy the win with your teammates. Back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, J-Mac, thank you very much. Caleb Williams with his best performance to date, a 126.2 passer rating, no interceptions, back-to-back 300-yard passing games. That interview with Caleb Williams by Jason McKie is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. See Aaron Lewis at Hard Rock Live, November 22nd and 23rd. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Bears win. They are above 500, heading now to London. We will come back and take your phone calls at 312-332-3776. This is the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Do you hear that? That is the sound of BMW performance without a single piston or cylinder. A generation of all-electric vehicles designed and built like no other. The BMW iX, i7, and i4 revolutionize every drive into a thrilling opportunity to feel the pure rush of BMW 100% electric. But isn't that what you'd expect from the ultimate electric driving machine? Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
Chicagoland, your number one team for luxury is Bill Jacobs Auto Group. We're leading the league with top new car volume for BMW, Land Rover, Mini, and Volkswagen. Discover an experience that matches our winning lineup. Drive home in style and comfort today. At Bill Jacobs, the cars bring you in. The experience brings you back. Year-to-date new car volume for BMW, Land Rover, Mini, and Volkswagen.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Here comes the boom.
Welcome to the Great Clips postgame show on the Bears Radio Network. Brought to you by Great Clips is gonna be great by Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana and by Miller Lite. And now, the Great Clips postgame show on the Bears Radio Network.
Here are your hosts, Peggy Kaczynski and John Yurkovich.
Welcome back into the Bears postgame show. The Bears win at home 3 straight now to open this season before they head to London tomorrow night. They will get acclimated with the time change over there before next weekend's game, which is at 8:30 in the morning. So our pregame will get started at 6:30 a.m. And then we will have the call of the game right here on the Bears Radio Network, followed by the postgame show with Yurko and me as well. So let's go out to the phone lines and get a call in here really quick. Juice on the Northwest side. Hello, Juice.
Hey, Yurko and Peggy. And then listen to you guys all the time, and Carmen and Yurko and Peggy and Dion when I can. So my question is, at the fourth quarter, it was, 30-10, they score. There's 4 minutes left. Why did they go for 2? Because, wouldn't you just take the 1-pointer and then it still would be a 4-possession game where if they got 3 touchdowns, they need 3 2-point conversions, and then a field goal on top of it. I don't understand the 2-point conversion.
I don't think there was any rhyme or reason to it, or maybe we just wanted to work on a 2-point play at that point. That's it. I don't think there was any rhyme or reason.
Yeah,
I don't think the numbers mattered at that point of the game. I don't think the numbers even mattered unless you just wanted to get back on track with there being 38 points on the board, which is what they felt it should have been. So to me, there's no rhyme or reason for it, except for maybe you just wanted to work on a 2-point play and you had the game and the luxury of the lead to be able to do that. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense either way.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Thanks for calling. We appreciate the phone call. Let's go out to Crystal Lake. Jeremy's up next. Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, how are you guys doing today? Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to call in and say it's nice seeing a quarterback for the Bears that can complete passes over 20 yards down the field a couple times a game. And I'm also glad that we were able to go in there and beat a team that we should have beat and did what we should have done. That's pretty much it. I'm super pumped. The Bears are looking good. Thanks a lot.
Yep, that's a great comment. I do agree with you, and it's unfortunate we had to wait till game 5 for that quarterback to be able to complete balls that are over 20 yards. But hey, we're here. It was a team you're supposed to beat. You ended up beating them soundly at Soldier Field. You've taken another step. You've gotten victory number 3. All positive things heading in the right directions. You're in a point of the season and point of the schedule where you're supposed to win games, guys. Hell's coming. And hell's coming when you play the Green Bay Packers late. And even if the Green Bay Packers are good or bad, if they're indifferent. 0-2 with Jordan Love, by the way, 2-0 with Malik Willis. Go ahead and make sense of any of that. But either way, you haven't beat them in 5 years. Okay? Hell is coming for the Chicago Bears in the last 8 games of this season. So let's not worry about that. We'll worry about there when we get there. Let's worry about now. Very winnable games coming up for the Chicago Bears. Winnable games. Got a bye week in there. You got 2 road games, one against Washington. And Washington's a little tougher than we thought. You got a very winnable game in Arizona. You've got to go on the road. You got to find a way to win. By the way, the London game is a home game. It's considered a home game for the Chicago Bears.
It is considered a home game.
Yes.
Which is why the Bears don't like playing in these games, because you have to give up a home game in order to.
Yep.
Wow. That's interesting. So these are two for 2 now in these must-win games, because they are the most winnable games on their schedule early on before they go into the bye after the Jaguars game. Offensive touchdowns came in bunches today. 5 offensive touchdowns, 2 for DJ Moore, 2 for Roschon Johnson, 1 for DeAndre Swift. The offense is doing what they're supposed to be doing. And we saw a couple of more creative plays by Shane Waldron. We saw a couple of times he had 2 running backs in the backfield. I was screaming for that all week. They were looking too predictable, I thought. And it didn't work, but at least he's starting to add more to his playbook.
You still had those plays where they called a good defense against them and Caleb was in the pocket trying to find a way to get out. It's something that he's going to have to feel where his escape route's out to get himself a little bit of freedom and get himself some more time. That's going to come with what? Time. With facing more pass rush, with getting a better feeling of where his escape route's out, who he can trust on that offensive line, who he can't trust on the offensive line. There was a caller earlier that did hang around with us. The Doug Kramer clipping penalty.
Right.
That was called. I'm still trying to find out which official called that play. Because was it a guy from the side judge? Was it somebody in the end zone that saw the angle of the play? Here's all I know about that type of penalty. Is there's a clipping zone, and it's from the tackle to tackle. It's called the tackle box. That's where you can go below the legs, and you can actually hit a guy in the back of the legs, and they don't care because you're going for the cut. This play took place outside the tackle box. It took place outside of the tight end. So when he came in motion and he stopped, he went and he tried to chop a guy that was on the defensive line, but it was outside the tight end, not outside the tackle. So I guess theoretically, he went low and went on the back of somebody's legs outside the tackle box, which would theoretically make that illegal. But my argument would be just because you go low, you've got to still hit the guy.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to make contact with the individual to be able to have a penalty called on that. And I don't know whether he did make contact or he didn't make contact, but it was the slightest of contact if there was any, and they called the penalty. And I guess by rule of law, that's the correct call. But man, it was just a cheesy call.
Yeah, a lot of people were not happy with
cheesy.
that.
It
Yeah,
felt cheesy.
yeah, that came at an inopportune time
And
as well.
he'd probably get a minus on that play because he didn't even hit him. So not only are you getting minus because you didn't even hit the damn guy, but then you got a penalty because you were so awkward when you went down there. Come on, champ. Be aggressive.
Let's line it up on the phone lines at 312-332-3776. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves. This is ESPN 1000, and you are listening to the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Hi, this is Dave Musil, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric. You've seen those free furnace ads, or those free with the purchase of any air conditioner. Well, we all know those are too good to be true. At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric, we give an upfront, honest price. And I personally guarantee to beat any buy one, get one free offer by $1,000. Guaranteed. That's right. Any free furnace offer, I'll beat it by $1,000. Guaranteed. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call it 664 Seasons.
Hey, Bears fans, Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. And this Bears season, Steinhoffels is partnering with my friends at Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for children battling cancer. For every false start caused by the Bears defense during a home game, Steinhoffels will donate $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses to fit every style and budget and is 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store and online at steinhoffels.com.
Backed by popular demand, the original Uno's Pizza you grew up with is available in the frozen aisle at your favorite Chicagoland grocer. That's right, that famous, irresistible, one-of-a-kind signature Chicago pizza is now available in 6 and 9-inch sizes for all under $10. Handcrafted the old-fashioned Chicago way with the finest ingredients and buttery pie-like crust, your taste buds will thank you. Find Uno's proudly displayed at your favorite local Chicagoland grocery store. It's called Uno's for a reason.
It's time to enter the Verizon Flyaway Sweepstakes. This is your chance to win a trip for you and a guest to see the Bears play in San Francisco. The Carmen and Yurko show is going back on the road to watch our favorite football team. One winner and a guest will win airfare, hotel, and tickets to see the game and lunch with me and Johnny Hansen. Hurry to select Chicagoland Verizon locations or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com to find the Verizon Flyaway trip page and enter by October 20th. No purchase necessary to enter. Must be legal U.S. resident of eligible zip codes, age 21 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. For official rules and full details, visit ESPNChicagoContest.com.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with Auto Owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Ask Conan Insurance in Aurora if Auto Owners make sense for you.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Illinois State University, like Chicago's favorite football team, welcomed a historic recruiting class this fall, the largest since 1986. Like our gridiron heroes, we're excited to watch these newest additions work hard, find success, and create a legacy of their own. And while a few of our students have suited up on Sundays, our small class sizes, expert faculty, and personalized learning environment will prepare every student for Hall of Fame careers. So be part of a winner and take the first step toward creating your legacy. Apply for admission today at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Dear Spotlight, Toyota has more all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive vehicles than any other brand. Find yours and shine on. Toyota, let's go places.
5 carries, 25 yards for Swift. Here's the snap and a play fake to Swift from the pocket. Caleb throwing open. DJ Moore inside the 15 to the 10. Turns it up to the 5. Walking into the end zone. Touchdown Bears. Caleb Williams, 34 yards to DJ Moore for the score. An extra point away from tying it up with 5:44 to go first quarter. Safeties are back deep. Snap to Caleb Williams. Good protection. Lines it up for DJ Moore to the end zone. Perfect throw. Perfect catch. Touchdown Bears. There you go. Deep strike and a 30-yard touchdown. 27-7 Bears. Second connection of the day with DJ Moore, and the Bears are pulling away from the Panthers.
Peggy and Yurko postgame, ESPN Chicago.
And that is why you pay DJ Moore. 2 touchdowns today, 105 yards receiving. He was the number 1 target of Caleb Williams today in an offensive explosion for the Bears. 5 offensive touchdowns on their way to scoring 30 unanswered points at one point. DJ Moore, the advantage of the game, because the Bears' advantage of the game is brought to you by Advantage Chevy Dealerships, home of the 60-minute guarantee. They'll have you driving off in your next Chevy in 60 minutes or less, and they'll make your first car payment. Don't forget, later in the show, you will have an opportunity to win the Chevy Equinox. Get your name in the hopper if you remember who our advantage player of the game was. DJ Moore, really nice game today. Offense exploded against a very, very banged up Panthers team. I think at one point their entire starting linebacking group is out. They lose Jadeveon Clowney. This team, they're really struggling.
Yeah, they've got problems. They got problems staying healthy. Even when healthy, they've got problems anyway. That's just who Carolina is right now. They can't get out of their own way. They've got an owner that wants to meddle. They have their issues, and let Carolina have the issues they want to have. They're not our problem. But DJ Moore, well, the talent's there. We've seen the talent. We know the skill's there. He's a phenomenal football player. He just needs to be given the opportunity to be phenomenal. He had his per catch average this year was below 10 yards for a wide receiver. That's scandalous. Tight ends average 10. This game obviously helps him. It gets that average back up there a little bit. 5 receptions for a number 1 wide receiver is not a ton of receptions out there, but he did spread the ball around today, and a lot of guys got a chance to catch the ball and get things done. If they weren't for the penalties, a lot of guys would have had a lot more balls. There were a couple of completions that were brought back by penalties. I know Cole Kmet had a real nice one going all the way back because somebody committed a penalty.
DJ Moore, his average today, 21 yards per catch. That's exactly what you were just talking about. Look no further than the trade made by Ryan Poles a year and a half ago. The two biggest names in that trade, getting DJ Moore and then drafting Caleb Williams, both had their best games of the season thus far. So nice job today by those two guys in the Bears win today. Let's go out to the phone lines in Wisconsin. We find Mike up next. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Peggy. How you doing?
Great.
Loved reading you growing up, and it was awesome. So I am calling in to say that when the Bears are in Jacksonville, Yurko, they need to pull out the old school jerseys as well. Pull them out.
The throwback jerseys when they're in London?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't care. Doesn't matter to me what they wear. They can play naked for all I care, as long as they play well. That's all.
I might have something to say about that one.
Yeah, they can wear white. They can wear blue. They can wear orange. They can wear whatever they want to wear.
Come on, Yurko. Put the patch back on the jersey. Come on.
It doesn't matter to me.
Why?
Why do I care what they're wearing? I only care about the way they play and what they do. That's what I care about.
I do as well, and Peggy does as well, and she likes her wine. So, come on.
All right, Mike. Thank you very much.
Peggy, do you want to answer the question? Do you want to see
No.
a specific uniform?
No, I'm not sure what wine has to do with it. Well,
she knows
unless,
he knows. Mike knows you like your wine.
Well, unless Mike was imbibing himself there, because I was a little confused
May
where
have,
we were going.
May have. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't care what the jerseys people wear.
Right?
The only jersey to me that was changed and really looks good is the Chargers jersey. When they went from the way they used to look to that powder blue with the old school helmets to the white with the lightning bolts on there, that's the only change of uniform that has ever, when I've seen, I said, boy, that's a pretty sharp look. Everything else I don't care about.
Right.
I don't care what they're wearing. As long as they're playing football, that's all that matters to me.
Phil is in Chicago Heights. Hello, Phil.
Phil.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Phil?
Hey, I would just like to say, Caleb's looking good out there. There are a couple of screen passes I saw he had out there to Dunze. He kind of led the receiver. I know he was kind of talking a little bit about the wind. I feel like we kind of have, an accurate quarterback that can kind of deliver in the wind. Yerk, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't mind. It was a tough day out there today. And the wind, to me, the wind's always kind of changing direction. I played golf yesterday, and it felt like the wind was changing direction all day. And I think that was happening out there at Soldier Field, too.
That's what Caleb was saying.
Yeah.
He kept spraying the water bottle up in the air to see which direction the water would go.
Right, yeah. And so, yes, it was a windy day. He passed the test. I think that's the best thing we could say about Caleb is he passed the test today.
You look good out there.
Yeah, you look
all right,
great.
bear down, guys.
Phil, thank you. We appreciate you calling. Let's go out to Wheeling. Todd, you're up next. Hello, Todd.
Hey, Peggy. Good to hear you on the air. I always loved to watch you on CLTV back in the day. I just want to say, and I feel that the Bears are going in a positive direction. The first couple of weeks with Caleb, I was like, oh my God, we're going through this again. But you know what? As the weeks have progressed, it's looking more positive, and I'm glad for that.
Yes, I'm glad for it too. Listen, you played a lousy football team at home today, and you were supposed to kick their ass. I didn't think they were going to kick their ass the way they did today, but they did, and that's good. That's a great sign for the Bears. Guess what? It's the same thing next week with the Jacksonville Jaguars. They've got decent players, but they're not fantastic. They got their first win today. It was Alumni Day down there. They put Tom Coughlin up in the Ring of Honor. A lot of emotion in the building that won't be there next week in London. So what are the Bears going to have to do? A business-like approach to a dismantling of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are looking for a reason to fire their coach, Doug Peterson, my former teammate. They're just looking for a reason to fire. Let's give them the reason to fire Doug Peterson. Why not?
One of the things that a game like this does for Caleb Williams is it gives him confidence. And I thought that the way Shane Waldron also called the game also helped give Caleb confidence. They do a lot of no huddle now. Obviously, Caleb likes going the faster pace of the game, but they also did a lot of empty formations. They did a lot of that. How does that help him see the field better? How does it help him?
Well, I don't know if the empty formation does that, but the empty formation then kind of dictates to the defense, okay, what are you going to do? We went empty. What's your call now? What's happening? Maybe it makes them more predictable. And if it makes them more predictable and he doesn't have to sit back and try to guess what they're doing, if it makes it predictable, he knows what they're going to drop off into. And that maybe makes his life and his reads a little bit more easier. Or more easy or easier, but can't be more easier. All right. I'll get that straight at the end of the day. But yeah, no, Caleb's fine. Listen, Caleb's fine. He's going to have these games. There's going to be a game where he's going to look like garbage again. Don't worry about it.
Right.
It's all part of the development of a quarterback. This is year one of what will probably be a 15, 16-year run here in the city of Chicago. At least we hope it will be. You hope you got it right this time. And I think, we're like at 55% sure that we've got it right this time. And it's only because of the development and how much better he's played in week 5 than he did in week 1. But we did it against a lousy football team. Your next step is going to be doing it against a good football team.
Absolutely.
And playing your ass off against a good football team with the rush where you're confident and you're moving out of the pocket and you're finding the hole naturally, not searching around. And he was running in circles in his own in his own pocket. At
Still
one point, I
doing
was
it.
scratching my head going, God, you got to feel it.
Yeah.
You got to feel it. And so, but we'll get there. I'm not worried about it. We're going to get there. Great day today. I'm not going to sully the reputation of anybody today. Great day for all the guys, all the fellas. They won one going away. That's why I heard Sylvie crying about that. So I just want to have a good day where I don't worry about anything. I just, my heart, the palpitations. So you had a good day today, right? They stretched their legs early. They gave you a 20-point lead early on. They were never really threatened after that. So everybody had a nice, calm day. Everybody can have a nice, calm week this week.
Everybody's in a good mood.
Nobody's got to worry about a one-score game. Bears covered, right?
Right.
The over came in. The Bears covered. Everybody hit their parlays. There's more money for soup this week. Good for you guys.
Let's take a break. More of your phone calls at 312-332-3776. This is the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
At Bill Jacobs Auto Group, we provide more than just luxury cars. We offer peace of mind. With the Bill Jacobs Total Mile Protection Warranty, you get a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty on every new car. Whether you're eyeing a BMW, Volkswagen, Mini, Jaguar, or Land Rover, you can drive with confidence knowing you're covered. At Bill Jacobs, the cars bring you in, and the experience brings you back. Visit BillJacobs.com to start your car buying journey today.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The village of Bolingbrook is breaking out and elevating its game. Bolingbrook is rated as the third most diverse suburb and the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live in 2023. Why? Over 50 corporate headquarters call Bolingbrook home, and it's a prime commuter destination right off I-55 and I-355. Elevate your future and the future of your business. Visit bebolingbrook.com. It's a great time to be Bolingbrook.
Your company can save money by becoming more energy efficient. In fact, the ComEd Energy Efficiency Program can help your business find up to 35% in energy savings, resulting in lower energy costs. At ComEd, we're not just moving toward a clean energy future. We're powering the future of your business. Sign up for your free facility assessment at ComEd.com/poweringbiz. Terms and conditions apply. Offers are subject to change. Actual savings will vary by customer's usage and rate. The ComEd Energy Efficiency Program is funded in compliance with state law.
LoadSmart offers you a fresh canvas, empowering you to take control of your supply chain. Instantly price, book, and ship with guaranteed capacity tailored to your unique needs. LoadSmart's automated solutions eliminate the chaos of manual processes, giving you the freedom to design a more efficient, cost-effective operation. Whether it's FTL, LTL, PTL, expedited, or drayage, LoadSmart helps you shape your logistics your way. Join the likes of Amazon Freight, Cabot Creamery, and Scott's Miracle Grow to move more with less at loadsmart.com/ESPN.
Right now at Old National, we have a $450 checking bonus.
Sign me up. But why is that hockey player standing there?
I'm here for the checking.
Well, for a bonus that big, bring on the checking.
Sir, no need to brace yourself against the wall.
It's bank checking.
I knew that.
Earn up to a $450 bonus when you open a checking account and complete qualifying activities within 90 days of account opening. Another reason to get old. Old National, where relationships and results matter. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2024. Visit oldnational.com/checking.
UI Health believes everyone deserves exceptional care. Their care teams are leaders in managing and treating complex diseases and conditions, utilizing the latest innovations and minimally invasive surgery. UI Health prioritizes personalized care from diagnosis through precision treatment. UI Health develops the care plan that's right for you. UI Health, exceptional care for you. Learn more at uihealth.care.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths. Or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X venture starts here. Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
This is the Bears Radio Network on the flagship home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Third down and 12, 37-yard line for Dalton and the Panthers. 14-7 Bears. Big play right here. Play clock is down to 3. Snap. Back to throw. Dalton. Here comes Taylor. Picked up. They throw to Trembled up with a block. Hit. Knocked out on the ground. Far side of the field. Big stick by Brisker. Popped it loose. Bears have recovered the football. Jervon Dexter. I mean, that was a wallop. Big collision.
Every Bears game on FM 100.3 HD2 ESPN Chicago.
The Bears defense pick up their 9th, 10th, and 11th takeaway of the season. 3 takeaways resulted in 16 points by the Bears offense. The Bears defense also with 4 sacks on the day. They now have 14 on the season, and they held the Panthers to 10 points. They were holding their opponents to 18 points a game coming into this game. So nice job by the Bears defense once again as they continue to take the ball away and they continue to get pressure on the quarterback.
And that's what you want to see. That's what I want to see. I'm jumping for joy. I'm doing backflips. 3-2. This is part of the schedule. I wish the Indianapolis game we could have over. We can't. It's gone. It's by the wayside. But this is what I like to see. I like to see the quality of football. You're playing a bad defense. You scored points against a bad defense. Good. It's how it's supposed to be. You were supposed to win this one in runaway fashion. So I feel great. I feel good. I feel better going into this week now against Jayville. Because when you experience that type of game, I think that's the type of game you'd rather play than play a nail biter, play one-score games. The one-score games, they tear at you. So they learned what this was like, and they probably like the taste that leaves in their mouth, and I think that's something they want to try to find a way to replicate.
Steven is up next in Detroit, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Hello, Steven.
Hey, guys. A terrific, win. I don't have real qualms about any of the coaching staff, Eberflus or Walden, with the way that they played today. Obviously, the first drive, 3 and out, that was actually something that I have maybe a little bit issues with because, they get off to such a slow start. And obviously you can't play a team like Carolina every week. Obviously they're so short on talent and all the injuries that they had to deal with today and leading up to this. But yeah, I agree, Yuko. I think we have to maybe beat Jacksonville and maybe have a reason for them to fire Peterson. I think if they lost to the Colts, I think that would have put them maybe 99% sure that he was gone. But I like the fact that DeAndre Swift is finally, getting the rock. And I wasn't impressed, I think, a lot of people in the first 3 weeks. And I think that the fact that Waldron has finally got his, quote, act together, with the meetings from the veterans and, finally figuring it out how to use him in both the ground and in the passing game, which obviously makes him even more dangerous. So, the Bears running game will go as far as, Swift will take them. And I hope that, Shane Waldron will continue to call a great game because I think the jury is somewhat still out on him. But I like what I see the last 2 weeks. And, the consistency obviously is the key here. And I hope that Waldron knows that he is the man that helped Williams continue to grow. And
Steven, thank you. Absolutely.
All right,
Thank you.
I like the second, third, fourth, and sixth drive, which resulted in touchdowns. So yeah, the first 3 plays were horrible, but they righted the ship and in essence got right back on track and ended up playing a very nice first half. DeAndre Swift, the only thing I wanted with the running back, you can have 5 running backs, make a decision on who your number 1 running back is, and they have. 21 carries for DeAndre Swift today. Roshan had 10. Caleb scrambled for 5, and Bajan sat on the ball at the end of the game for a handful of snaps where he lost 4 yards. So they made their decision. This team's not going to go as far as DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift's just a running back. If they were playing 24 back there, 24 would be equally productive playing in that game. So nobody's going as far as DeAndre Swift is taking you. He's a decent football player. That's all he is. Okay. Any running back that you have back there is going to have a chance of being success if they block for him. If you block for him, a running back's going to have a chance of having success for you. So let's just look at this team. The development of Caleb. You can hand the ball off is fine. But the Caleb development on what receivers he's going to hit and what patterns we're running and how good the combination of Shane Waldron and Caleb Williams. That's the combination. That's the development. That's the chemistry and the synergy that I want to see development. I don't care about the running back.
DeAndre Swift with 120 total yards of offense today, 285 total yards in the last 2 games from DeAndre Swift. And he wasn't too happy when he was pulled on the goal line after he took the Bears all the way down.
Took him down there, boy. He wanted a touchdown, didn't he?
He wanted that. He wanted that.
When they put Roshan in that for a boy, he went to the sideline. He was not a happy camper. And then the second one, they let him have the touchdown.
Right.
Then the third one, they put Roshan in. Roshan got his second touchdown. So 2 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns, 5 touchdowns on a day. It's a nice day. It's a good day.
Exactly. That's what you're looking for from this offense. It's what we had visions of going into the season with so many targets on offense. They spread the ball around and everyone did what they were supposed to do. It was good. Let's go out to Hoffman Estates. Hello, John. John?
John, you're there.
We hear you, John.
John's in the back.
Hello.
Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Oh, sorry, guys. I just got done delivering some sushi.
Beautiful.
I love
Hey,
it. Are you a DoorDash?
No, actually, I work for a company that delivers to Japan Airlines.
Oh, nice. Okay. Feel free to bring some by. We're at 190 North State.
Yeah, that's why they let me drive the sushi truck because I can't stand it.
Oh, that's funny.
The reason I'm calling is Dirk, you were talking earlier about that shot block or clip.
Yeah.
Earlier, but I don't know if you guys noticed at the end of the third quarter or maybe at the beginning of the fourth quarter, DeAndre Swift got called for holding. And he never even had his hands open, his arms up. He just got bowled over, and they called him for a holding call. And I thought that was pretty egregious.
He got crushed.
He did.
DeAndre Swift got crushed. So what happened was, as he was going backwards, I think he held on so it didn't hurt as much, but he did. He had his arm around the right side. For one reason or another, I think the referee felt like he dragged him over the top of him. And you'll see that sometimes when a guy's getting beat. Well, rather than let the guy stay on his feet and continue to quarterback, they'll drag him and trip him up and hold him down to the ground so they can't get to the quarterback.
Right.
But boy, did DeAndre Swift get crushed on that play. Absolutely run over. So they called it. You get called, get 10-yard penalty for getting crushed. Just say that's the way it was. You got crushed on that play. He got run over. I haven't seen a guy get run over like that in a long time. He got destroyed. But you know what? Yeah, nice day.
Matt Pryor's doing a nice job filling in at right guard, and he got ejected late in the game.
He deserved to get ejected too.
But he brings that defensive nastiness,
and that's fine. Yeah,
that I think the line has been missing that.
Yeah.
And
he
so
punched the guy in the head.
He did. They sent
he
it
got
up the
booted.
review.
Yeah, and he'll probably get fined
Yep.
$25,000, $30,000. I mean, as a young player, I don't know what he makes a week, but it's probably going to be close to a week's salary. So you won't be punching too many more people after that. But I don't mind a little nastiness. Who doesn't?
They need that.
Yeah, you need a little bit of an edge in that offensive line. I don't think you get it from Darnell Wright. Darnell Wright's a little quiet. He doesn't talk a lot. I don't think you get it from Jenkins. Jenkins' play brings more of that kind of the physicality and the attitude. So, yeah, fine. You got one guy that's going to be a jerk on there like Kevin Gogan or Richie Incognito. One of those types that's a little bit more acerbic than most.
Yeah.
It's fine. I don't mind.
Tevin Jenkins was questionable going into the game with the rib injury. Both he and DeAndre Carter did end up playing today. Both of them, though, left the game with other injuries. Tevin Jenkins did not return after an ankle injury. So they did more reshuffling on that offensive line. They brought in Bill Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Still no.
Not funny.
Still no.
Not funny, but
Still
they
no
brought
Nate
him in.
Davis, though.
Yeah, no Nate. Was he even active?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
Yes,
well,
he
I
was.
think they've made a decision. Last week they went to him, but I think they made a decision on old Nate Davis.
And we even saw Karan Amagaji and Doug Kramer late in the game, both in at the same time. So a couple of local guys, actually Hinsdale Central, both of them high school.
Yeah.
So, so we're starting to see them use these guys in different ways on the offensive
Well, and
line.
that's fun when you get a lead like that. Everybody gets a chance to play. Everybody's going to get a letter this year, letter on their sweater, right? You got to play 30 minutes in the league to get a letter on your sweater.
What's the letter on the sweater?
Notre Dame. When my brother went to Notre Dame, he lettered because he played over 30 minutes of action. So he was a freshman. He lettered. He was one of only 3 guys to letter as freshman. So I just say now in the NFL, if you get a chance to play 30 minutes in the game over the course of the season, you get a Letterman sweater. So you'll get a letter on your sweater.
More of your phone calls when we come back. You are listening to the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From the first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right. And naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything. From the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Beyond the bottle, Tito's has gained a reputation for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits around the world to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's and learn more at titosvodka.com. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof, crafted to be savored responsibly.
Dear football fans, Toyota's leading the drive to victory. The Corolla and all-hybrid Camry make big plays with style and efficiency. RAV4 is a versatile game changer. Highlander's got room for your whole squad. And the rugged Tacoma and Tundra control the line of scrimmage. They've all got available all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive too. Visit Toyota.com or head to your local Toyota dealership. Toyota, let's go places.
$2.25 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.25 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies, but this is special. The Verdoliak Law Group, owned by close friends, has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of my neighbors and close friends. I truly believe in them. When you need a doctor, you look for the experience and the skill. The same goes when you're choosing a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients and served more than 40,000 people. Whether it's personal injury, auto or truck accidents, wrongful death, or medical malpractice, call my friends at Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors. They will do great for you, too. Call them today at 844-4VLG-LAW.
When I got sick, I spent years looking for answers. But it only took one conversation with my team at Northwestern Medicine to correct my misdiagnosis. I'm Daniel. When Parkinson's changed my life, so did my Spanish-speaking care team.
The Northwestern Medicine Parkinson's Disease and Movement Disorders Center offers specialized, culturally sensitive care. Their Spanish-speaking team was the first to provide Daniel with innovative treatment in the language he preferred. Northwestern Medicine. Better.
Hi, this is Jeff Joniak here to tell you about Ego Outdoor Power Equipment. Did you know that all Ego 56-volt batteries are universal? I love that my lawnmower, string trimmer, and blower all share the same powerful 56-volt Ego Arc lithium battery. With over 90 Ego tools to choose from, you can build a powerful collection. Plus, Ego delivers the power of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Learn more at egopowerplus.com.
Miller Lite is brewed with great taste and only great taste.
The Miller Brewing Company would like to issue a correction. Miller Lite is brewed to be less filling. What are you doing here?
Miller Lite tastes great.
Look, I'm just reading the script. It says less filling.
That's not what my script says.
Well, mine said.
We'd like to apologize for the previous announcers. Miller Lite is in fact less filling and tastes great. Time to shine, legal guy.
Celebrate responsibly. Milwaukee, Wisconsin beer. 96 calories and 3.2 grams carbs per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
New cars and old friends. The Auto Barn Volkswagen of Countryside, where friendly car professionals provide the highest quality vehicles at the best prices. 3 generations of automotive experience matched with state-of-the-art facilities. They've been at the heart of the Countryside community for over 20 years. Sure, a lot's changed, but their purpose hasn't.
Loyalty lasts a lifetime at Ottoborn VW. It's the best of both worlds. Every possible convenience, along with exceptional service and price. The Ottoborn Volkswagen of Countryside. Shop online at VWofChicagoland.com.
Chicagoland's favorite locally made chocolate chip cookie and one of America's top-selling soft-baked cookies makes Matt's #1 on everybody's shopping list.
Play clock down to 6. Dalton still getting people lined up. He's got trips to the right, back to his left. Low snap, takes, looking to throw. Pressure coming. He hangs in there. They go deep down the middle of the field. Diving interception, Kevin Byard at the 34-yard line of the Bears, defending Jonathan Mingo. Feared a push-off on Mingo, but it was Byard became the receiver, and he swiped his 29th career interception, one of the best since he's entered the league, and the Bears have taken the ball away for a second time.
Postgame wrap-up is next with Jason McKie, Pat the Designer, and Jeff Meller.
3 takeaways by the Bears defense today. A forced fumble by Jaquan Brisker and a fumble recovery by Jervon Dexter Sr. 4 sacks as well. And the Bears really starting the defense is playing with a lot of passion, we should say. Good day for both sides of the ball today as the Bears have their first win streak of the season. It's 2 games, but it is a win streak.
Exactly. You got to have 1 before you can get 2, 2
yes,
before you get 3.
Yes.
And you need them. You need them now because it's going to be fun later on in the year. November and December is going to be fun for the Chicago Bears. It'll be interesting to see what the growth looks like from week 1 to week 10. Because when we get started after that, it's going to be a party.
And you gotta hand it to this coaching staff. They say what they are working on, and they seem to improve each game. Now, we have seen a couple of steps backwards at times, but for the most part, they wanted a fast start. They got their fast start. This is a team that had only 13 first-half points all season in their first 4 games, and today they had 27. So they got their fast start. Next, they need to score on their opening drive.
What's the biggest problem with this? What's my number 1 complaint about this football team?
I don't know that.
Number 1 complaint about this football team is they were number 1 against the run last year.
Oh, yes.
And they're not number 1 against the run this year. Now, they were number 1 against the run, only won 7 games last year and finished 7-10. So you don't have to be number 1, and maintain your number 1 status to be successful. This team could still be successful, but it is disturbing a little bit to see how much success teams are having against the Bears on the run. And early on that touchdown play by Chuba Hubbard, we saw a little fold block in the middle where the center pulled around, went up on the backer, and Chuba Hubbard didn't get touched. It was the young kid Chris Williams in on that play. He got blocked down upon by the guard and then never fought pressure. Yeah, never tried to evade, get, cross the face, get anywhere. Never tried to squeeze the hole. So that one particular play with the folding center coming around, picking up on the backer, was a disturbing play early on because it gave them a 7-0 lead. Whatever they did, the Bears adjusted after that. But they still gave up, yardage-wise, 19 rushes for, I believe, 100-some yards.
120.
Yeah.
And they're averaging giving up 121 yards rushing a game. That's the middle of the pack.
That's a far cry from 80 yards a game.
That is mediocre.
Which is where they found each other, where they found. So it's a 50% to the detriment. You're giving up 50% more yardage on the ground than you did last year. Yeah. So it's the one area that concerns me. They're still 3-2. They're still playing a soft schedule up until they get to the Washington Redskins. The Redskins are proving in and out that they're a real good team. That's going to be a challenge for the Bears defense once they get to them too. I'm not looking ahead of the schedule. I'm not making any assumptions about anything that's going to be done. I know what the task at hand is, but that's the one area that still bothers me that I look at and say, all right, whatever you're doing last year, you're not doing it this year. You can still be very successful. But, man, I'd like to be stingy against the run also. So
Mike is in Calumet City. He has a question about that upcoming schedule. Hello, Mike.
Hi, John. It's Bunce. How you doing?
Good. Hey, what's going on? How are you?
I'm heading back up to Lake Villa to see my wife, Maya. I would agree with you as far as the Packers are still pretty good. Vikings are still pretty good. Detroit is still pretty good. We're not. Today was awesome, but we got a ways to go, right?
Oh yeah, there's work still to be done. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what we've got. We've got a lot of work to be done, and you're playing in the toughest division in football. This is the toughest division in football, and it's not easy. And if you haven't beaten the Packers in 5 years, yeah, you can't put W's up in the columns there. You're going to have to go out and actually beat those teams. So I love the way we play against Detroit. I like the way we play against Minnesota. We'll see what everybody is when we end up playing them in the future. But Jacksonville, we get to take it to 4-2, go to London, kick a little ass, take a little bit of time off, and then come back, and it starts again. It starts anew, but you're 2 games on the road now, and you've got to find a way to win one of those games.
Speaking of the division, the Lions have their bye week this week, so they are off today. The Packers are trailing the Rams right now, 13-7. The Packers are 2-2 on the season, so if this continues, then they would drop below the Bears in the standings. And the Vikings are unbeaten, 5-0. 5-0. They beat Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Aaron Rodgers with 3 interceptions today, including one in the final seconds at the 7-yard line, a chance to win it. And the Vikings are looking really good. Very good.
Yeah, they're looking solid. They got a good pass rush, too. They're getting after the quarterback. Maybe it's fortunate you don't play them until the second half of the year.
Exactly.
Could be fortunate you don't catch them until the second half of the year.
Let's go out to Atlanta. Zach, you're up next. Hello, Zach.
Hey, how's it going, y'all? Can't wait for Bears victory Monday tomorrow. One of the things I was thinking about that I did want to bring up, I was, this offensive line, how the first week, the second week, it was like crisis mode. And now it seems to be like we're starting to pick things up. And at first I thought Nate Davis, Yurko brought something up back in the day. I was thinking of Yurko back with the Jaguars, how Clyde Simmons, he's got to give him to Sunday. That's what I thought Nate Davis was going to be like, but completely not the case. Tevin Jenkins goes out. We get Bill Murray in. Like, how do you grade the offensive line? And is it something that you feel positive about is my question.
Well, we get a look at the All-22, I believe, come Monday. So you can break it down, get the end zone copy, and really get a feeling of what it looks like and what it doesn't look like. My initial reaction is pass blocking wise, they gave him a ton of time. A ton of time was given.
He had all day.
And then on some short yardage plays, I think they left a little something to be desired. When Roshan got stopped, I think on a 4th down play, and they turned the ball back over right before the half, I believe, to the Carolina Panthers, but then they forced the fumble, got the ball back, and they went and took it in for a touchdown. So, yeah, there's still a couple areas of concern. You worry about the depth of the offensive line. How many injuries can you withstand? It's good to see the guys that aren't starters step in and play like they have played before and play like starters. So it's going to be a week in, week out process. You grade them. I thought Darnell Wright played well today. Now, Carmen comes with the grades tomorrow. He's got that special subscription to the fancy service that tells them exactly how everybody played. So Carmen will come to the play with that. He'll give us an idea of which offensive lineman played best via the run and via the pass, and then an overall grade. So I always tell Carmen, put that out. We're going to talk about it on the air, but put it out there on the gram and let people see it, what their pass and run grades are, Carmen. I think that'd be a tremendous service. That way we can see it, we talk about it, we can crunch the numbers with all the guys. So I think they performed well today. You ask what grade? Ask me for a grade.
Yeah, what grade are you giving them?
B-, C+. They can play better. See what I did there?
Yeah.
I took you back.
Yeah.
If I could turn back time. Yeah, I just did it.
Come on, Cher. Throw that hair back.
I just turned back time.
Throw that hair back.
No fishnets for the good kid. I promise you that. You will not see that ever. Yeah. Doesn't work for my legs.
312-332. Mine too.
Yeah.
312-332-3776. More of your phone calls when we come back on the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears radio network.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Bosch tools are built for workers. Bosch's powerful hammer drill has kickback control to help work go more smoothly when you need it. The 2-in-1 impact driver and wrench quickly changes between bits and sockets, so you only need 1 tool instead of 2. And the X-Lock grinder switches wheels up to 5 times faster than standard grinders. Bosch tools take care of the job and you. Bosch Tools, what hard workers deserve. Learn more at BoschTools.com.
So you call your virtual insurance company to ask a simple question about your policy, but now you're on hold listening to this music. While you wait and wait. Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and pick up the phone when you call, because you shouldn't be on hold so long that you memorize the music. That's simple human sense.
Ask Conan Insurance in Aurora if auto owners make sense for you.
At Busey Wealth Management, we're proud to partner with individuals, families, and foundations, ensuring possibilities become achievements. From preserving and enhancing your assets to securing your legacy for future generations, we're focused on your success. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Proud to be the official bank of the Fighting Illini. Member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dave Musil, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric. You've seen those free furnace ads, or those free with the purchase of any air conditioner. Well, we all know those are too good to be true. At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric, we give an upfront, honest price. And I personally guarantee to beat any buy one, get one free offer by $1,000. Guaranteed. That's right. Any free furnace offer, I'll beat it by $1,000. Guaranteed. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866 Seasons.
Illinois State University, like Chicago's favorite football team, welcomed a historic recruiting class this fall, the largest since 1986. Like our gridiron heroes, we're excited to watch these newest additions work hard, find success, and create a legacy of their own. And while a few of our students have suited up on Sundays, our small class sizes, expert faculty, and personalized learning environment will prepare every student for Hall of Fame careers. So be part of a winner and take the first step toward creating your legacy. Apply for admission today at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Score a touchdown with your next vehicle at Bill Jacobs Auto Group. Whether you're in the market for a brand new BMW, Volkswagen, Mini, Jaguar, or Land Rover, we've got the perfect play for you. Every car comes with Bill Jacobs Total Mile Protection. Enjoy a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty on new cars and a 3-month, 3,000-mile powertrain warranty on used cars. Visit us in Naperville and Hinsdale today. At Bill Jacobs, the cars bring you in and the experience brings you back.
Ings Insurance. Insurance that's moving business forward. Ings Insurance. That's Ings with an E. ENGS Insurance.com.
Second and goal to the 1, play clock at 15.
We'll get this time he's lined up as a tight end.
Yes, he's lined up as a wing left. One back, Roschon. Motion, Kramer. Handing off Roschon Johnson up the middle. He is in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Bears. A 1-yard plunge for the lead. 13-7 over the visiting Carolina Panthers. Roschon Johnson, second touchdown of the year and third in his career running the football. Come at him, motion, back the other way. Settles as a right wing. I formation, snap, take, turn. Kramer out front, leading the way for the touchdown for Roschon Johnson.
Peggy and Yurko postgame, ESPN Chicago.
Bears win. They have a little 2-game win streak heading into London's game next week. 19,470. Do you know what that is, Yerk? 19,470.
19,470. That's the amount of miles it's going to take to get to London.
Ooh.
Or are you going kilometers?
No, it is the number of miles the Bears will travel this season with the London game, the NFC West games. It's the most by any Bears team in the franchise history. They will travel the most miles by any Bears team in their 105-year history.
Well, they'll probably get a free flight or two then because of that. Frequent flyer miles.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, maybe they'll get a free bottle of bourbon or something.
Doubtful.
Maybe a champagne, something, mimosa.
What do you think we're going to get for that? Oh, we're not going.
Yeah, I know we're getting the cold shoulder. That's what we're getting. Cole, we don't even get the cold shoulder. You can't even get a meeting. Are you kidding me?
Let's go out to South Carolina. Hello, Todd.
Hey, Peg. How you doing? Yerk, my man.
Todd, how are you?
I'm doing great. Awesome win by the Bears today. Oh, my God. Anyways, we survived the storm. Only lost power for 7 days. Wasn't too bad, unlike the people in North Carolina. That was sad. But, oh, yeah, it was terrible. But anyways, oh, yeah, Carmen, I love you and you and D. I'm sorry, Peg, you and Dion are awesome every Saturday. And Yerk, you always rock at McKnight. Just want to say that right now. So
appreciate it.
Okay, real quick. I just have a problem with why did Flus not take Caleb out after he got hit on that and put Bajan in? There's no reason to keep him out there. You can see he was rattled. There's no reason to keep him out there. You know, instead of waiting to end the game, just kneel on the damn ball. I don't understand that at all.
Well, you wanted to give Bajan a little bit more time. All right, I won't argue with it. That's fine. If you wanted him out a little bit earlier, that's fine. I think that game was put to bed.
It was getting chippy.
Yeah.
The Carolina defense was getting very frustrated, obviously.
Well, and that touchdown they gave up to make it 36.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why they went for 2, though, I still don't understand, but that's fine. Maybe you're working on your 2-point game. Either way, that was chippy. Punches were thrown.
Yes.
People were getting pummeled. The worst part that would have happened there if somebody gets hurt because of something stupid that happens after the touchdown scored, that would have been scandalous.
Right.
But fortunately, nobody got hurt. Only people's pride got hurt. Oh, there you go. So, no, if you wanted to pull the quarterback out one series earlier, I wouldn't argue with that.
There were a couple of ejections when after that last touchdown, when punches were thrown. Matt Pryor of the Bears was ejected along with, is it J.C. Horn?
Yeah.
From Carolina. He threw the – did
Horn.
he throw the first punch or did – Pryor. Either way, they both threw punches.
Pryor threw the first punch, and then the other punches came from number 21 and number 52.
52, the
when
linebacker.
they came flying in. Yeah.
Yeah, J.C. Horn, that was it. Yeah,
I think J.C. Horn just squared off with the guys.
Right,
and
right.
He might have put it. No, I take that back. I think he threw a pop into 65, the center. When he came over. Yeah, when Sheldon came over, I think a Horn popped.
Well, Bill Murray
65.
definitely came over, and then J.C. Horn.
Well, he was the first one there.
Yeah.
Murray was the first one there. Then I think Sheldon's the one that got popped in the face. He just smiled at him, went after him. And then Pryor saw that. Pryor came and he went to the behind him. Never want to do that. If you're going to punch a guy, look him in the face and punch him. Don't sneak off to the side and bring a cheap shot from the heavens, okay? That's not what you want to do. And then 21 and 52 from the Carolina Panthers came in and just cleaned 79 out.
That it delayed the game at that point.
Any chance of us being finished by 5?
It automatically
went by the wayside right there.
It automatically goes to New York. Punches thrown.
Yeah,
they reviewed it. They had to
passages.
wait. They had to see who all was involved, who got ejected at that point.
That's the way it works, Peg.
You think the
It's
offensive line
from above?
Will they all pitch in to pay for Matt Pryor's?
Absolutely.
Why not?
Why would they?
Well, because he's probably not making.
Well, the rules of the game are
nearly the money.
That's too bad for him. You don't throw punches. Nobody puts anything together. He's on his own recognizance, and he's got to pay. We're not. We're raising.
What about they're a team?
We're raising money for destroyed things in North Carolina. We're not raising any money. We're not raising money. Yeah,
Wow.
Not for some guy got fined because he punched somebody in the head.
Well, this is one reason why the Bears are leaving tomorrow night for London.
Camaraderie?
Is camaraderie. So I think, they'll all be.
But they're staying an hour out of London. Now,
Are
London's
they really
huge.
staying that far away? Wow.
London's huge.
I was there the last time they played, and that Tottenham Spurs stadium is
Hotspurs.
It's in a neighborhood.
It's in the city. Yeah.
It's in a city.
It's right by White Hart Lane.
And if anyone is going on this trip to London,
traffic is horrific.
Traffic's terrible. Take public transportation to the game. And there's nowhere, maybe one little kind of like a deli that we found on the way to the stadium that sold beer. They had cans of beer.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you do not think that you're going to find a place to go
to get hammered up at.
before.
You've got to wait for the stadium to do it. I went to see Arsenal play Stoke City at the Emirates.
Yeah.
And they had a bunch of pubs around.
No, there was
that
none.
stadium in Highbury.
Now, maybe it's changed since the last time.
And that was North London, and that's North London, okay?
Yeah.
Well, we're outside of Wembley when the Bears played in London. Well, not against Oakland. Where did they play in Oakland? That was at Tottenham.
Yeah. They played.
I was there for Tampa Bay.
Yes,
Not-
it was the
when
Raiders.
they played at Wembley Stadium.
Yeah, it was
So-
the Raiders.
So the
played.
Raiders, they played at Tottenham.
Yes.
So there's no pubs around.
No,
Tottenham.
and the concession, it took an hour.
Did it?
Over an hour in line at the concessions. They were not prepared for Americans.
I'm
and
surprised
their love for the concession stand.
Because the football fans out there that watch their normal EPL action, they like to have a pint or two.
Yeah, no, it was
The
brutal.
London faithful are not afraid to have a pint or two. They're more than happy to sit and drink. So that's interesting. I find that to be very interesting.
Yeah, that was the only disappointing part. Otherwise, it was fantastic. So
But here's the crazy thing.
hopefully the Bears
to get
perform
from
better.
To get from the airport, like to the east side, like where West Ham, the Olympic Stadium is,
Yeah.
could theoretically take you an hour to go from one side of London to the other side of London, depending upon traffic.
Right.
So
Well,
I
not
just
unlike
wonder,
Chicago.
I wonder where the Bears are staying.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think they'll tell us.
I don't think they will. Well, I mean, if we get to the border of Skokie or Evanston, which is up on the north side,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And we take it to 130th Street, which is Chicago, right
Right.
before Burnham, Illinois.
Yeah.
If we straight line, it's like 30 miles.
Right.
It's not that far.
Well, I live 28 miles away, and it can take anywhere from 40 minutes to an hour 20.
But what I'm saying is like from one side of London to the other side of London, I mean, might be like 55 miles.
Oh, wow.
London proper is very, very, it's a large city. You know that, right?
Yes, I've been there. Are you listening? I said I've been there.
How many EPL teams come from London? There's 20 teams in the EPL. How many come from London?
No idea.
I'd say 8,
Can
7
we-
or 8.
We're talking American football,
Yes, we are. But
not football.
But I agree with you. But you asked me about Fulham earlier today and with Saad Khan, the team that they own.
Yes.
So you asked about that. So you've already brought soccer up once.
Okay.
Then you brought soccer up a second time when you said they were playing at Tottenham Stadium. So at some point, I thought you'd be interested in what's happening in the world of London and soccer.
Not at all. I have no interest at all.
Well.
None.
You have.
You save that for the midday show.
I'll save that for
with
Saturday. I'll
Carmen.
save that for Saturday with Peggy and Dion when I call in special.
All right, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves. This is ESPN 1000 Chicago, and you are listening to the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
I never knew owning a gourmet Italian pasta business could be this profitable.
Thanks to our Old National commercial banker.
That warehouse expansion loan?
Oh, and the help with our equipment leasing.
But still, gotta say, it seems like he loves the Italian pasta business more than we do.
La nuova attrezzatura ha reso il processo molto più efficiente. I mean, the new equipment, it makes it so much more efficient.
Really dedicated commercial bankers.
Sorry, got a little carried away there.
Another reason to choose Old National Bank. Get old. Member FDIC.
Enter for a chance to win tickets to see the Bears at home on November 10th. Edmunds is the name in car shopping, and Chicago Bear Tremaine Edmunds is the name you want on defense. They're teaming to bring you the name of the game sweepstakes. 100 fans will win tickets and parking. Some will also score upgrades like pregame on-field passes. Go to Edmunds.com/gameday to enter by October 15th. That's Edmunds.com/gameday. And remember, whether you're buying or selling a car, Edmunds is the name of the game.
Your company can save money by becoming more energy efficient. In fact, the ComEd Energy Efficiency Program can help your business find up to 35% in energy savings, resulting in lower energy costs. At ComEd, we're not just moving toward a clean energy future. We're powering the future of your business. Sign up for your free facility assessment at ComEd.com/poweringbiz. Terms and conditions apply. Offers are subject to change. Actual savings will vary by customer's usage and rate. The ComEd Energy Efficiency Program is funded in compliance with state law.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From the first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right. And naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything. From the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Beyond the bottle, Tito's has gained a reputation for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits around the world to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's and learn more at Tito'sVodka.com. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof, crafted to be savored responsibly.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Did you lose your health insurance coverage? Loss of health coverage may qualify you for a special enrollment period through the ACA Health Insurance Marketplace to find the right health insurance that fits you and your family's needs and budget. At getcoveredillinois.gov, certified local navigators can help you enroll in a quality, affordable health plan. Financial help may also be available. Reach out to a certified local navigator at getcoveredillinois.gov. Your health coverage starts here.
Dear Truckin' Awesome. Want more horsepower in the stable? The Tundra iForce Max is all the truck you need with its electrifying twin-turbo V6. Saddle up the Tacoma TRD Pro. Its segment-first performance seats smooth the shocks when things get bumpy. And the Toyota 4Runner tames the trails when nature plays tough. And that signature power rear window? Oh, yes, sir. Toyota trucks. Toyota. Let's go places.
LoadSmart offers you a fresh canvas, empowering you to take control of your supply chain. Instantly price, book, and ship with guaranteed capacity tailored to your unique needs. LoadSmart's automated solutions eliminate the chaos of manual processes, giving you the freedom to design a more efficient, cost-effective operation. Whether it's FTL, LTL, PTL, expedited, or drayage,
LoadSmart helps you shape your logistics your way.
join the likes of Amazon Freight, Cabot Creamery, and Scott's Miracle Grow to move more with less at loadsmart.com/ESPN.
Uno's Pizza, handcrafted the Chicago way with the finest ingredients and buttery pie-like crust. Your taste buds will thank you. Find Uno's at your favorite local Chicagoland grocery store. It's called Uno's for a reason. 3rd down and 5. Snap back, Caleb Williams. Pockets clean. Guns the right side. He's got Komet. Far side of the field. He opened up behind the coverage, and Caleb found him. And he rolls out of bounds, stops the clock at 38 seconds at the 32-yard line of Carolina. Another empty spread, 3-2. Safety back deep as Caleb sets the throw, taps the ball. He's got Keenan Allen in the slot. Tight window catch at the 31-yard line of the Carolina Panthers. Let's call it the 30 and another first down. And Caleb Williams is firing. 19 yards is up to 241 for the day on 15 completions.
Hear Bears games on the ESPN Chicago app.
A lot of superlatives for QB1 Caleb Williams today. That is why he is finding the great, finding the great in today's game, because in sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes so that every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. Download their app today. Great clips.
Beautiful.
It's gonna be great.
That's right.
A lot of superlatives for QB1 in what was his best game as a rookie quarterback in the National Football League. Back-to-back 300-yard passing games for him. He has now won each of his first 3 home games. That's the first for a number 1 overall pick in the modern draft era. He spread the ball around, 5 offensive touchdowns today. Almost had his own rushing touchdown as well, but that got called back. So a really nice day today for our Finding the Great Caleb Williams. He continues to improve each week, Yerk.
That's what you're looking for. That's what you want. I mean, listen, you'd love to have a finished product come in and just start chucking the ball everywhere. But that's not the way it usually happens for rookie quarterbacks. They need a little bit of time. They need a little bit of seasoning. They've got to build a little bit of confidence, and I think we're seeing that with Caleb Williams. I think we're seeing it. And it's not only Caleb Williams, it's Waldron, Shane.
Mm-hmm.
It's the head coach who brought in a new guy. The general. I think it's all melding together.
Yes.
There's a lot of ingredients. If you're going to make yourself a Hungarian goulash, there's a lot of ingredients that go into that Hungarian goulash, and it all's got to meld together. It's all got to come together to give you that final product that's absolutely fantastic.
It's a bear stew.
Yes. So this bear stew, it's starting to percolate a little bit. It's starting to get together. It's starting to commingle a little bit. So hopefully these guys can trust in each other, and they can build whatever this football team is going to be this year. It's going to build the whole way. We are in the infancy of this thing. You're in the second month of what could be a 5-month process. And let me tell you, you're going to be a different team in December than you are now. And you're hoping that team is going to be a successful team, a team that's playing for each other, a team that set a goal and is trying to achieve a goal. And hopefully they do achieve that goal, because I'm tired of not being in the playoffs. I'm tired of watching the Bears sitting on the sidelines come playoff time, that first weekend, where everybody's just so excited for the game of football. And the Bears are sitting on the sidelines, and we're watching everybody else in the city having fun. I'd like to have a little fun this year.
Yeah, I think we're having fun.
Well, I mean, we're having some kind of fun, but I'm talking about football fun on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of fun. Playoff victories. The thing of the past around here.
Let's go out to Florida. Justin has been holding on, listening on the ESPN Chicago app, the best way to listen to the Bears postgame show and the call of the game on the ESPN Chicago app. Hi, Justin.
Justin.
Yeah.
What up?
Hey, I am calling to get the energy level way up. You guys are way too down.
What?
This
Who's
Bears
down?
team, it's not enough excitement. It is the best looking football team I've ever seen.
Bring it.
DeAndre Swift, stud. Roma Dunze, stud. DJ Moore, stud. Caleb Williams, MVP, future Hall of Famer. I'm thinking Yoss. I'm thinking Soupy. This team is too good. They look too good. I'm ready for the playoffs. I'm ready for a Super Bowl. This is the year. Mark it, book it. The Bears.
Preach, Justin.
Justin, wow.
Preach.
I mean, I do have the New York Jets and the Chicago Bears squaring off in the Super Bowl in my preseason predictions.
I love it, Yerk.
Hey,
you always bring the energy, baby.
Yeah, and it was there, and it's down. It's on paper. Nobody can take it away from me. Now,
I love it.
Invariably, when it doesn't happen, I'll be the object of ridicule. But that's fine. It's what I felt. I still feel it, even though the Jets lost the game today and dropped to 2-3. I'm still feeling it.
Justin, just being realistic here that the Bears are taking the steps they're supposed to take. They are beating the teams that they're supposed to beat. And that's all good. I mean, the Panthers have given up more points than anyone in the NFL. They're in the bottom of their division for a reason.
Yeah.
They give up 2+ passing touchdowns every game. They did it again today. So, the Bears did what they were supposed to do.
Right. You're supposed to win a game like this by 25 points, and you did.
That's good.
Good. Love it.
Let's keep that energy up.
Let's keep it up.
In Plainfield, we go to the other Justin.
Plainfoot. Justin in Plainfoot.
Justin, what is with our Justins today?
They're all over the place. How are you, Justin?
Justin, going once, twice.
Hello.
There he is.
They went to a Justin in Florida, which I thought was me. I was so excited, ready to rip.
Oh, there you go. Okay, Justin, how are you?
Hello, you telling me?
Yes, we got you.
Talk to us, Justin.
Oh, my bad. I'm in Point of Vedra. I don't know where they put me. But shout out to the station. I've been listening to you guys like a religion since 2007, and I moved down to Point Vedra in Jacksonville area, and the living legend, the good kid, I literally went to work the first day. I'll make this quick. And like the first thing I said to him is, I'm a Bears fan, because he was talking about the football. And he said, "Do you know Yurko?" I'm like, I listen to that dude every day. I shook his hand a lot. Anyway, long story short, he did ask me to make sure that I asked Yurko that there might have been an issue with involving a Krispy Kreme and a glazing back in the day.
Oh yeah.
But you guys could deal with that later. My actual question is, when I watched the game, I saw that the offensive line looked a little better. So I'm asking Yurko and Peggy, but more Yurko because this is his expertise. Did I watch the offensive line not be great, but like improve a little bit, or like were we just up against an inferior opponent? And then love you both, and cut me if you want.
Thanks, Justin. Yeah, no problem. Thanks,
Justin.
This I'll tell you, it's a little bit of both. I think the offensive line actually played a little bit better, but the team they were playing was probably one of the lesser teams that they're going to play during the year. And there's nothing wrong with building confidence against a team that might be struggling and might be injured. Don't apologize for it. You get some of them special nights on the schedule where you can stretch your legs and you can feel good about yourself. Do not apologize. But if I'm the Bears, I go to film session tomorrow, I'm looking at all the things that we did wrong. Because, believe it or not, this offense looked like the offense I saw in prior weeks when they got behind the sticks, when they had silly penalties. Right, Peg?
Yes.
When the offensive line did miss a block and all of a sudden, or they threw the ball to the perimeter and they had too many guys out there and they ended up making a play out there. So there are times that I looked at this and I go, this reminds me of last week, but it was so much better. It was so much better. It was so much better that this is something used just to build your confidence, knowing that there's tougher times ahead and you're going to have to dig deep and dig into that intestinal fortitude and that toughness and be able to bring that out and be able to play at such a higher level. That's going to happen, and it will happen. I have all the confidence in the world.
OB is on the south side. Hello, OB. Obi-Wan Kenobi.
OB's got some BO.
OB? Hello, OB.
OB.
All right. Sorry about that, OB. I was going to get you in here, too.
Yeah, you had the Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I was all ready for you.
All right.
We'll
go to somebody else.
We'll go out to New Lenox. Greg is up next. Hi.
Caleb.
Greg.
Yes. I just want to say, at the game today, electric factory. Caleb absolutely killed it. The first time I've seen the quarterback come out and conduct an offense. He was at that line, 0 huddle, 2 drives in a row. Come out for the third. Obviously, we did not convert, but he absolutely killed it. First time I've seen it from a quarterback in Chicago in a long time. He's it. He's here. He has arrived, and we're ready to go here in Chicago. Bring the energy. Let's go.
Greg, it seemed like the energy at Soldier Field was great. I mean, the Roshan Johnson was playing it up with the crowd. DeAndre Swift was, DJ Moore. It seemed like the crowd was really helping this team today.
Yeah, it looked like the Leonard Bernstein of Chicago Bear quarterbacks. That's
conducting?
What you got. He was conducting the offense.
Look at you pulling that out.
But you don't think I don't know?
Wow.
Don't think I've been around the block?
What, is it a Sonata that he is conducting?
I have the car he drives is a Sonata.
That's
yeah, I don't know. That might be the car he drives.
Oh my
gosh. He's got the woodwinds and the horns and the French horns and all the fancy stuff, the flutes, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Little piccolos, not Brian Piccolo, but just piccolos.
That's right. Yeah. Hey, when we come back, we do have to give a little heads up to people for our advantage of the game. If you remember
That's right.
who our advantage of the game was, you want to give us a call at 312-332-3776. If you are correct, you get your name in the hopper for the Chevy Equinox that we will be giving away that lease at the end of the season after the Packers game. So now is the time. If you remember who or what our advantage of the game was, 312-332-3776. You are listening to the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Do you hear that? That is the sound of BMW performance without a single piston or cylinder. A generation of all-electric vehicles designed and built like no other. The BMW iX, i7, and i4 revolutionize every drive into a thrilling opportunity to feel the pure rush of BMW 100% electric. But isn't that what you'd expect from the ultimate electric driving machine? Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Miller Lite is brewed with great taste and only great taste.
The Miller Brewing Company would like to issue a correction. Miller Lite is brewed to be less filling. What are you doing here?
Miller Lite tastes great.
Look, I'm just reading the script. It says less filling.
That's not what my script says.
Well, mine said.
We'd like to apologize for the previous announcers. Miller Lite is in fact less filling and tastes great. Time to shine, legal guy.
Celebrate responsibly. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Beer. 96 calories and 3.2 grams carbs per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
Hi, this is Dave Musil, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric. You've seen those free furnace ads, or those free with the purchase of any air conditioner. Well, we all know those are too good to be true. At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric, we give an upfront, honest price. And I personally guarantee to beat any buy one, get one free offer by $1,000. Guaranteed. That's right. Any free furnace offer, I'll beat it by $1,000. Guaranteed. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call it 664 Seasons.
Illinois State University, like Chicago's favorite football team, welcomed a historic recruiting class this fall, the largest since 1986. Like our gridiron heroes, we're excited to watch these newest additions work hard, find success, and create a legacy of their own. And while a few of our students have suited up on Sundays, our small class sizes, expert faculty, and personalized learning environment will prepare every student for Hall of Fame careers. So be part of a winner and take the first step toward creating your legacy. Apply for admission today at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Our patient Mike had blood clots deep in his lungs that were putting his heart under major duress. Using a minimally invasive procedure pioneered by our team, we were able to clear them.
Top ranked in Illinois for heart and vascular by U.S. News and World Report, Northwestern Memorial Hospital used tiny balloons to widen the vessels in his lungs, the first in Illinois to master this breakthrough method.
As Mike's nurse, I'm proud to have helped him breathe freely again.
Northwestern Medicine. Better.
Move your business forward with People's Bank. We know every business is unique. Whether expanding, streamlining, or seeking cash management solutions, our dedicated business bankers and treasury management experts customize the right financial solutions for you. With local decision-making, personal service, and a commitment to your success, we're more than just your bank. We're your partner. Our renovated Midlothian Banking Center is now open. Visit ibankpeoples.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, your connection to your new Chevy. Drive home in less than 60 minutes or they'll make your first car payment. See them in Hodgkins or visit AdvantageChevrolet.com.
Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Caleb Williams starts with a back to his left. Orbit motion by DJ Moore from right to left. Going to pass it right side on the numbers. DJ swept the blockers to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, knifing to the 10, free at the 5, spun down to the 1. DJ Moore with an escort service that took him down the sideline. Bears are in business, first and goal.
Postgame wrap-up is next with Jason McKie, Pat the Designer, and Jeff Meller.
Wow, Jeff Joniak bringing up an escort service. Wow, JJ.
He's
so racy.
Yeah. He's on the loose. He's on the edge. He's on the precipice of disaster.
Look at that.
Yes,
an escort service. DJ Moore and Caleb Williams. Just a reminder for the Panthers owner, David Tepper, as he sat in one of the suites at Soldier Field watching this game today, of the trade that Ryan Poles made a year and a half ago that brought those two players to Chicago. And you see Bryce came in at the end. Bryce Young came in at the end of the game, and you almost felt bad for him. You almost felt bad because the direction that the Panthers are going, it's nowhere near what's happening with the Bears.
Yeah, I agree. They are heading in a direction. It's not a good direction. And then we don't have the answer at quarterback, and Andy Dalton's not an answer. Andy Dalton is just kind of, okay, let's try to get by for a while until we can figure things out. Bryce Young struggled.
Yeah.
Will he continue to struggle? Is he going to have to hear it from somebody else? Does he have to change teams for things to get better for Bryce Young? I think he could benefit by watching.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what he's going to do. He's going to have to sit and watch and take a look. I think Carolina played a whole lot better last week than they did this week. But the injuries are going to start to mount. And you could only handle so many injuries before it starts to go sideways for you.
Let's go out to Riverside. I want to get Carmen in here with his question. Hi, Carmen.
Hey, Peg. How you doing?
Great.
Love you on Saturday. Yerk, I have a technical question for you.
Okay.
There is a clip going around Twitter with an interaction between Shelton and Caleb. Caleb's pre-snap calling, I think, 32-32.
Yeah, just don't say what he says.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
Yeah.
And Shelton says, I got effing fire here. What does fire mean?
Well, it depends what they have, but it looks like it's going to be a blitz coming at him.
Yeah.
It's like he thought they were bringing a fifth man. So he goes, hey, I got blank and fire here. And he goes, I see it. Same way that most centers help their quarterbacks when they get to the line of scrimmage. Most centers know exactly what the quarterback has to see, and they'll just give him a heads up. And for me, it was always Frankie telling Brett, we can't run it. Can't run it.
Yeah.
And so that was a heads up to Brett to take a look at what's happening. Whatever we called in the huddle, we can't run.
It was
so just a heads up from the center, because the center and the quarterback are simpatico. I mean, they are in tune with each other. Anytime a man spends 3 hours with his hands between your legs, there's a special type of relationship that you have with that individual. So those two guys are simpatico. And when the center goes to the line of scrimmage and Peggy, he sees something, he is going to let his quarterback know.
Do you have a verdict?
I do have a verdict. I'm
going right past that
Verdoliak Law Group, $2.25 million. Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.25 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. I find the Bears innocent of all charges that have been levied against them with those two bad losses on the road, one to Houston, one to the Indianapolis Colts. I find the defendants, in this case, the Chicago Bears, innocent of all charges that were levied against them in those two games. It's a nice 2-game winning streak. It's happened at home. Now they got to double up and get on the road and win another one in London.
It was a make good game, a get better quick. It was whatever you want to call it. It's exactly.
It was necessary. It was
yes
for the soul. This was necessary for the soul.
Yep.
For all Chicago Bear fans that have been watching and have been struggling and have watched too many tight games going back and forth. This was one where you just got to relax on a Sunday, and you're probably out doing a little gardening, maybe raking a leaf or two if they've started to fall. Either way, it's a good one. It's a deep breath game. It's enjoy some chai, latte, or whatever you guys want to enjoy type of day.
A pumpkin
latte. You're a big fan of the pumpkin latte?
I did have one this
morning. I had
morning.
a pumpkin donut earlier.
Oh, see?
It was tasty.
Nice. 3 straight wins now for the Bears at home. They will be looking for a 3-game win streak next week in London. The 8-game win streak at Soldier Field dates back to last season. It is the longest win streak by the Bears at home since the 05-06 season when they won 10 straight. And it is the longest current extended win streak at home by any team in the NFL. The Bears are tied with, I think, two other teams that so far unbeaten at home. So a nice performance by the Bears today to extend their win streak to 2 games as they now head out onto the road. So our thanks go out to our executive producer, Eric Ostrowski, Kendra Smith, and Jack McGrath, our broadcast crew, Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKie. Thank you to our guest, DJ Moore, head coach Matt Eberflus, and QB1 Caleb Williams. The Bears' next game, 8:30 a.m. next Sunday against the Jaguars in London. In the meantime, you can stay tuned to our flagship station for the post-game show and tune into the ESPN Chicago app all week long as well for the latest Bears news this season. For Yurko, I'm Peggy. You have been listening to the Great Clips post-game show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. As we say goodbye to our affiliates, we welcome you to please stand by for the post-game show up next with Jeff Meller, Jason McKie, and Pat the Designer. So long, everyone.
Ready for a luxurious and reliable driving experience? Visit Bill Jacobs Auto Group for premium brands like BMW, Volkswagen, Mini, Jaguar, and Land Rover. Enjoy our Bill Jacobs Total Mile Protection Warranty, a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty on every new car. Trust us to provide the peace of mind you deserve. Start your journey at BillJacobs.com. At Bill Jacobs, the cars bring you in, and the experience brings you back.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with Auto Owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Ask Conan Insurance in Aurora if Auto Owners make sense for you.
UI Health believes everyone deserves exceptional care. Their care teams are leaders in managing and treating complex diseases and conditions, utilizing the latest innovations and minimally invasive surgery. UI Health prioritizes personalized care from diagnosis through precision treatment. UI Health develops the care plan that's right for you. UI Health, exceptional care for you. Learn more at uihealth.care.
It's time to enter the Verizon Flyaway Sweepstakes. This is your chance to win a trip for you and a guest to see the Bears play in San Francisco. The Carmen and Yurko show is going back on the road to watch our favorite football team. One winner and a guest will win airfare, hotel, and tickets to see the game and lunch with me and Johnny Hanson. Hurry to select Chicagoland Verizon locations or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com to find the Verizon Flyaway trip page and enter by October 20th. No purchase necessary to enter. Must be legal U.S. resident of eligible zip codes, age 21 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. For official rules and full details, visit ESPNChicagoContest.com.
This is Jeff Joniak here to tell you about Ego Power Plus. Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Take it from me. I love the 22-inch Select Cut self-propelled lawnmower. It cuts my lawn in a single charge. Ego delivers the power and performance of gas, but without the noise, fuss, or fumes. Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium battery technology is the heart and soul of the system and what powers game-changing torque needed for demanding jobs. Learn more at egopowerplus.com. Ego, power beyond belief.
We all know going solar is a great way to help create a healthier, cleaner planet. But the first step is finding a solar solution that makes sense for you. You may have questions about cost and convenience. ComEd has answers and tools like a solar calculator to help you see all your options. You don't even need solar panels to benefit from solar power. You just need the right information. Go to comed.com/solar to find a solar solution that works for you.
New cars and old friends. At the Autobarn Subaru of Countryside, they combine 3 generations of automotive experience with state-of-the-art facilities. They are a Subaru Love Promise customer and Community Commitment Award winner, consistently supporting passions and causes in the Countryside community. Autobarn Subaru is much more than a car dealer. Exceptional service, convenience, and price match with an unwavering dedication to the community. The Autobarn Subaru of Countryside. Shop online at theautobarnsubaru.com.
When you think beef, think Papa Charlie's, Chicago's favorite Italian beef specialist for 3 decades. It's Chicago's favorite. For your next tailgate, pick up Papa Charlie's Italian beef today at your favorite local Chicagoland retailer.
You've been listening to Bears football on the Bears Radio Network. The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, by Miller Lite, and by Great Clips. This is Bears football on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Thanks for listening to the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Postgame continues now on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer.
That is more like it. That is how you do it, folks. 36-10. The Bears lay down a good old-fashioned ass whooping at home on the Carolina Panthers. And I'll take it 27-7 at half, doing their business, exactly what you would ask for them. The offense looked good. The defense, yet again, another game, an 11th straight game where the defense has not allowed more than 21 points, and they've only given up 20 in that span twice. And an 8th straight win at Soldier Field. The Bears are 3-2 as they head to London to take on the Jacksonville Jaguars for a de facto home game at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And the Jags got themselves a win today as well. So maybe, just maybe, you don't have to worry about an absolutely desperate Jaguars team. You're on the same footing. Welcome on into the post-game show. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Jason McKie, who was on the sidelines of today's game. And, of course, Pat the Designer, who has your Bears Daily podcast for you each and every day during the week on the ESPN Chicago app. Your chance to chime in with us, 312-332-3776. All right, boys, first impressions, 36-10. J-Mac, lead us off because you were on the sidelines. What did you think about today's game, man?
Yeah, excitement. You know, when you have a game, you're supposed to win, right? And it's I'm glad they win it convincingly, because I would have been upset if they won this game by 3 points with the amount of injuries that the Panthers had. You had linebackers out yet. I think they had 19 injuries on the report this week. And you win a game in Bears fashion. There was balance on offense in terms of the run and pass. You saw defense continuing to dominate. You're getting takeaways, getting timely stops, guys flying around, playing, Coach Eberflus hits principle football, and it's good. You saw more development and progress by Caleb. We saw the connection and chemistry, continue to get better with those two, with DJ catching 2 touchdown passes today. So it was just a great team win, and I'm glad to see that, this Bears team is trending in the right direction.
Yeah, I saw an identity, boys. I saw an identity start to form in the Chicago Bears team, and that gets me excited. You saw Caleb Williams get comfortable. It's amazing, J-Mac. You put a pocket in front of this kid. He's able to go out there and throw the football.
Yeah,
I thought he did an excellent job, not just commanding this offense, but also, being able to go out there and I saw a couple times, looks the defense off with his eyes to throw to DJ Moore. He's looking right. All of a sudden, he knows DJ's there, looks right back to him, drops that dime in the bucket. I think that was on the second touchdown. You see him learning and growing every single week, and then you see him starting to take on and build an identity around the Chicago Bears team, that we're not just going to lie down and take whatever you throw at us. That fourth quarter, when they're all upset that they're getting their butts whooped in the Carolina Panthers, I saw an identity start to form in this Chicago Bears team that we're not going to lie down and take it. I love Matt Eberflus saying, "Oh, you mad? Well, guess what? I got 2 more for you. Go for 2 on that." We going out there. We going 100%. After it. And then Bryce Young comes in, and you're thinking, "Oh, well, it's not the same quarterback out there." Now, ping your ears back. Go get them, because they mad that we whooping their butts right now. I saw a fight out of this team that I don't know if I've seen out of this team in years, J-Mac, and I'm excited today. And yes, after a Panthers win, I am excited, or a Bears win over the Panthers. Right. I am excited. I don't care what team it was. We got something forming here. I'm hyped right now.
Yeah, the confidence seemed to be oozing as the game progressed, especially as they got to halftime. And that's what's going to happen when Caleb has time, as Pat mentioned there. He was 20 of 29 today. Goes over 300 yards, 304 with a couple of touchdown passes, also a rushing touchdown that was wiped off the board. But, I mean, I think progress is not always going to be linear. It's not going to be improvement every single game, week by week. However, the last couple of weeks, it's been fun to watch Caleb Williams operate in the pocket with a little bit of time. And you also see there were a couple moments today where you saw why his talent is so intoxicating. What he was able to do inside the pocket, the sidearm throw late in the game was very pretty. And just the ability to maneuver inside that pocket. And then when things were breaking down, he had the awareness to have the head on a swivel when he needed it to be and still escape at times. So as he continues to progress and understand what the speed of the NFL is, you're starting to see some of that great talent, and then also his ability to do what he wants downfield. I mean, it was fun to watch today. And you're right, Pat. Everybody is up, going to say, it's just the Panthers. But you know what? That's okay, because it's not like the Bears could have selected a different opponent on the schedule today. All they had to do was go and take on the Panthers today. That's all they could do. And they did exactly what you would have hoped. And I'll also add, too, especially considering that the Panthers got the first score. Now, the defense did a great job going 3 and out to set the tone. But then Chuba Hubbard rips off a long touchdown run. And that's where I was happy to see the Bears come right back and basically say, we're not going to play this. We're going to let you hang around and sniff out a potential upset victory here at our home turf. We're going to take this and we're going to go run away and not even make it a game. And that's why I'm just excited about what they did today.
Let me give credit, and I'll start with the offense, because offense has been under criticism. Coach Waldron did a really good job putting together a game plan, right, that showed balance. Let me give credit to Coach Morgan, the offensive line coach. Let me give credit to Coach Chad Morton, who showed plenty of emotion.
Was he running up and down that sideline?
Man, I tell you what, after the first Roshan touchdown, he was standing right in front of me, was beating his chest like a barbarian. I was so excited for him. I almost swore on air because I was so excited. So I got to keep in mind that, when my mic is live. But I want to give all those coaches credit, right? Because there's been a lot of criticism. But, the last few weeks, and we can talk about this when we'll dissect it in terms of the offense. But if you look at the last few weeks in the second half of games, I think Coach Waldron has really, found a formula. And we talked about running the ball, something that they couldn't do for the first few weeks of the season, right? He has found the right formula in terms of running the ball, right? They were able to control the line of scrimmage with the offensive line. You saw a variety of runs. We saw inside zone, right? Something they had success with last week. Inside zone, you see Cole Kmet coming across formation, blocking the in man on the line on the backside. You see DeAndre Swift pressing the hole, getting vertical. You see the physicality there. You see, they brought in Doug Kramer on the goal line in short yardage. He answered those questions. So shout out to Coach Morgan. Shout out to Coach Waldron, right? Designing a scheme, a game plan that, one, it's the right formula for your running backs, but two, it accentuates the skill set of your quarterback. And, finding ways to scheme guys open. Every team's going to come in, they're going to say offensively, who do we got to take away? We got to take away DJ Moore. You schemed him open for 2 touchdowns today. Last week, you saw him scheme him open. You put him in a slot, you got a linebacker on him. He scores there. So we got to give him credit, because this is a guy that's been under a lot of criticism here in Chicago, and he's starting to find his treading. I think the guys are starting to have a firmer grasp on this offense, and now you're starting to see the benefits of what this offense can be under, Caleb Williams, who just continues to get better each and every week.
And J-Mac, I'll double down on what you said about the running back room right now. I mean, it feels like, and we've been asking for this for 2 years, right? Pick somebody, let him be the guy, let him figure it out, let him get his rhythm throughout the game. And you've done that with DeAndre Swift. 21 carries, 73 yards. I'm kind of in a take what you can get mode right now, because you realize that Swift has a lot of disadvantages with the guys standing in front of him at times running this football. How many times did DeAndre Swift get the ball in that second half? And he's going backwards, not because he's trying to go backwards, but because he's immediately getting hit in the backfield. I've been somebody who has been critical of signing a running back for that much money, but when you go out there and you do your job, I'm going to give you your praise. And I thought that DeAndre Swift did a solid job trying to get those runs when he could and breaking when the opportunity gave him. It's something we didn't see enough of in the first 2 weeks. And I love the fact that, Roshan Johnson comes away with 2 touchdowns. That first one, I probably would have tried to get Swift in one more time, but you can't chance it. You're already on 3rd down. You got to find a way to get in there, put the big body in there, put Doug Kramer in there, and let's go.
That's the formula. The situation, right? Situational football. The situation dictates your personnel. It dictates who you have in the game. Roshan's your runner that you're going to focus on getting the ball in the interior, short yardage and goal line. you put Roschon in there. So it's very encouraging to see Swift, right? And I think the way he's played the last few weeks is the way they envision him playing, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, we know he's not a guy that's going to be able to run the ball on the interior. You know, he's a guy that's effective running outside zone. He's also real effective in the screen game.
Yes.
And the one thing, he has a real feel for the screen game. And it's about feel. You know, running backs who aren't good in the screen game, they have a tendency of getting out too fast. They have a tendency of getting too far downfield, getting ahead of their lineman who's actually getting out trying to block for him. He has a feel for the screen game, and it's really effective. And we have a quarterback, right, in Caleb Williams, who's fundamentally sound, who can really sell that screen, invite the defensive line to get upfield, and you have a running back with an offensive line that understands the timing of a screenplay, well, then you see the effectiveness it has. And, you know, I think he had, what was his long on the screen?
Two receptions for 47 yards.
But yeah, he had the 18-yard run, but the 42-yard
was
screen.
The 40-yard, exactly.
In which he was tackled at the 1.
Yeah, the explosive screenplay right there. So that's the benefit of having a versatile back like DeAndre Swift, because now, you know, you can split him out in a linebacker. That's a mismatch. He can run pretty much the same route tree that the receivers run.
Yeah.
That's a mismatch, you know, and then he's effective in the screen game. So you've got a back that can do a lot of things for you.
I thought you saw the advantage of DeAndre Swift on that play too. And maybe, and dare I say, the first thing I thought, right, because we did the All-22 breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be doing that every Wednesday on the Chicago Bears podcast. So make sure that y'all tune in with us on that every Wednesday, come out around 4 o'clock. But we saw the advantage on that play because we talked about, and some of the coaching, because we talked about, right, that screen that he got last week, that he does break upfield, but he has to go against the grain because didn't get out flat enough, doesn't follow the lineman, and doesn't have that blocking ahead of him that could have taken him down the field.
Correct.
This week, we didn't see that. He's getting flat on that screen pass. He's getting himself upfield. He's following the blockers. We finally saw an advantage of Coleman Shelton being a little bit smaller because he's leading the way, running down the field full speed. I love seeing that.
Yeah.
But to me, you saw something last week that was a problem that worked, but that you say, we don't really want to do that long term. You make the adjustment. You see it break big today.
Yeah, that was Pat the Designer along with Jason McKie. I'm Jeff Meller, 312-332-3776, breaking down a Bears 36-10 winner at home over the Carolina Panthers before they headed out to London to take on Tottenham, or to go play at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. They will be taking on the Jacksonville
Manchester
Jaguars.
United.
I would hope
Manchester.
I would hope they could take it. They could handle Tottenham if they had to square off in an actual football game with them. But no,
it's real football, man. It's not soccer.
The Jacksonville
American
Jaguars will be the actual opponent at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London next Sunday. Again, remember, early kickoff next week for all the Bears fans out there. We are your home of the Bears. You'll hear the game right here on ESPN 1000, but it's going to be an 8:30 kick. So early pregame coverage starting at 6 a.m. I'll be on at 5 with the Fantasy Football Show. So early, get your tea and crumpets ready for football next Sunday morning. But before we get there, the task at hand, breaking down the Bears win today over the Panthers. Let's try Jeremy, who's in Ground Point. Hey, Jeremy, what's up, man?
Jeremy.
Hey, what's going on?
What's happening, man?
Man, I'm just lifting weights after that win, man.
You got to, though.
Get your swole on, bro.
Get pumped.
Get your victory pump on, baby.
Hey, up.
I was trying to get ready to get on the O-line, but I guess they don't need me. So, man, look, it's amazing to see what happens when Caleb Williams has some time to throw. And also, Pat, did they earn their checks? They earn their checks, right?
We pay them this week. I mean, listen, they got to get paid. They get paid every week. I can't take them away. But they did a solid job out there, Jeremy.
That's what I mean. We love to see it. We love to see the progression. Caleb is doing real well. You see it week to week. DJ Moore, everybody being real cohesive. And man, this is something Chicago been looking for. This is what we really been looking at, So I'm glad to see this win. We got it.
Hey, Jeremy, keep lifting, man. There's always depth needed on the offensive line, man. We may need you. We may need you, brother.
Right now.
Don't skip leg day, Jeremy. All right. Thanks for the call. Again, 312-332-3776. If you want to jump on in and talk about the Bears win, how good do you feel now at 3-2? We, of course, know that the schedule is going to get much more difficult in the second half of the season, which is why it's all the more important for the Bears to make hay now while they can against some of these lesser opponents. And they did exactly that, not just this week, but also coming on the heels of last week when they played the Rams. They took care of that game. A little bit more hard fought last week. Yeah. All the more reason why I was really impressed with what they were able to do. Again, it felt like this one could go, and it was never in doubt by any means, but certainly when the Panthers jumped out early and got that first touchdown, I don't know about you guys, but I'm sitting at home watching the game going, come on, man. We can't, you can't get into this game with this team when you know you've got to travel, across to London next week. It's just, I was like, don't do this. And I'm so glad over the next 5 possessions, they scored 4 touchdowns and they put their foot on their throat before halftime, which is exactly what you would have hoped they would have done. And it was a really good sight to see that this week before they had for a tough game. Jaguars be damned. It's going to be tough based on what they're going to have to deal with. Just the time change. It's just a whole different animal dealing with this in the NFL. You've seen so many teams get tripped up by opponents who they didn't expect to lose to because the London game, it's its own entity that you have to deal with.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, just traveling for a normal away NFL game's a lot. You're on the road, different environment. You're not at home. You're in a hotel. Your routines change a little bit. This is going to be a totally different routine. I mean, the team's staying, an hour outside of London. They're staying on a polo resort.
They're leaving tomorrow night.
They're leaving tomorrow night.
Good call. Good call. I was nervous about that.
Yeah, they're leaving tomorrow night. So it's the time change. I mean, you're practicing in a different environment.
There's probably more media responsibilities.
Yeah, a lot more media responsibility. Some of these guys are going to be away from their family. I know some families probably traveling with these guys, but some of their family's not going to be there. You're away from your family for a whole week.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a lot for an away game. It's a great opportunity. It's a great experience, but that plays a huge factor in how you're going to play, like the adjustment in terms of time, the travel, and all that stuff. Not your normal routine. Even just being at Hallis for the week, it changes your normal practice routine. You know what I mean? Like I'm used to going in the hot tub and doing this. Well, how is that set up? You know what I mean? And for the Bears, you want to make it as close to home as possible that you can, so that way your guys can assimilate to, and adapt to the environment to make it feel like you're at home. And the more things that are the same, the better you'll play. So I hope the Bears do a good job of having the right setup for these guys. I know they'll be ready to play, but all of that stuff that you wouldn't think about plays a huge factor in determining the outcome of this game.
Yeah, have to avoid the distractions. 312-332-3776, the post-game show hanging out with you. We will let you hear from Caleb Williams. J-Mac talked with him in the locker room after the game. We'll also let you hear from Matt Eberflus as well. He talked about the win after the game as well. And then we should discuss some of the offensive line changes that were forced through injury and someone's notable absence when you would have thought they would have been the probable choice to come in. Was not as we expected. Plenty to do here on the post-game show. 312-332-3776 on ESPN 1000.
Power Plus. Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Take it from me. I love the 22-inch Select Cut self-propelled lawnmower. It cuts my lawn in a single charge. Ego delivers the power and performance of gas, but without the noise, fuss, or fumes. Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium battery technology is the heart and soul of the system and what powers game-changing torque needed for demanding jobs. Learn more at EgoPowerPlus.com. Ego, power beyond belief.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths, or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X venture starts here. Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius or two half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Move your business forward with People's Bank. We know every business is unique. Whether expanding, streamlining, or seeking cash management solutions, our dedicated business bankers and treasury management experts customize the right financial solutions for you. With local decision-making, personal service, and a commitment to your success, we're more than just your bank. We are your partner. Our renovated Midlothian Banking Center is now open. Visit ibankpeoples.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. Not only is October the best sports month on the calendar, it's also the best time to buy windows from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90Nation. The weather's about to turn. You need these energy efficient windows from Window Nation. Don't let your heating bills skyrocket because the heat escapes your home and the cold air comes in. I've saved 30% year over year on my energy bills thanks to my new windows from Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. The more you buy, the more you're going to save, but they're never going to upsell you. Another great reason why October's the best month to buy. Right now, no interest or payments for 24 months. Think about all the money you can save by paying off your project with that deal. Call today, 866-90Nation. This sale ends October 31st, so act now. 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Hey, it's Cap. Do you play sports? Do you snore? Your nose might be the problem from a previous injury. I've been there. But Sinus and Snoring MD got me back in shape, helping me breathe easier and sleep better. They treat me like family, and they'll do the same for you. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Postgame continues now on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer.
Bears moved to 3-2 after a win over the Panthers today at home as they get set to take on the Jaguars in London before they hit the bye. They're now 3-2, and the Vikings had the London game today as well. They took care of the Jets. Now, it was a little better than maybe the Vikings anticipated because they jumped out to an early lead this morning, and the Jets came fighting back. But ultimately, Aaron Rodgers threw 3 picks, including a game sealer at the end, and they could not. Aaron Rodgers could not help us this time. Even when we start rooting for Aaron Rodgers against divisional foes, he can't help us out these days. So annoying there. So the Vikings are now 5-0 on the season. So the Bears continue to have to just keep pace with the Vikings right now because they have been just excellent this season. And then, of course, the Lions are on the bye-in as we speak. The Packers are beating the Rams 24-13 in LA, and they're looking like they have control of this game now after having trailed at the half. So inside the division, not a ton going the Bears' way, but they got the win. So that's all you can ask for at this point, and we'll see what they can do next week. 312-332-3776. Jeff Meller, Jason McKie, Pat the Designer with you, hanging out till 7:30 tonight. Let's try Matt, who's in Streamboy. Matty, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my phone call. I appreciate all you do.
What's going on?
I know you guys saying about the offensive identity. It just seems to me, guys, the past 6 quarters since the Rams game, when Shane Waldron started doing the no huddle offense, it just started clicking for Caleb. Like, just everything seemed easier. He wasn't pressing so much. The ball was getting out quicker. He was hitting the big throws. People knew where to be. The linemen weren't jumping off sides or false start. Everything wasn't going. But my question to you guys is, with the offensive line, with the Tevin Jenkins injury, is this like a serious injury, Mr. McKie? Was he like a rolled up ankle or is it a broken ankle? I think that this is the end of Tevin Jenkins with his career because he just cannot stay healthy, regardless of what happens with him. I just say, I think with Ryan Post, he just says, I can't rely on you to be healthy. We have not completed a whole season since you've been here. I understand it wasn't his fault with the ankle thing, but it just seems like we have no luck with him that he cannot just stay healthy, cannot be on the field, whether it's his back, ankle, foot, whatever leg. And now with Bill Murray, is he possibly, with Matt Pryor, is he possibly facing a suspension for that one game for the hit today? Like, is he going to be postponed, not be able to play? Is he going to be suspended for the next game, which worries me that they have to put Kron Amagaji, who's not really played that much, or they have to get Larry Borum back from the, I think he's eligible to come back to see if he can replace him. But it just seems something that Matt Pryor cannot do afford because this team cannot afford linemen being out just because of injury. Just because of suspension.
Sure.
Yeah. To talk about Tevin, I don't want to speculate. I saw him go down. He limped off the field right in front of me. During the broadcast, they designated him as obviously out with an ankle injury. So he did limp in. I'm not going to say it's broken. I don't know what it is. I hope he can come back and be available for London. As far as Pryor, that's a tough situation. Anytime that your teammates are involved in a scuffle like that, you're a good teammate. Adrenaline's flowing. You should be there.
Yeah.
We're going to look at you sideways if things are going down, we're getting into it, and you're off in the back, hiding in the back. We're going to have a discussion about that. You better be right there in the mix, especially when it involves your quarterback or involves one of your guys. You got to be right there. So I don't know what's going to happen. I know for a fact he'll probably get something in the mail. He's going to get a fine. Him and J.C. Horn, they both were ejected. So I don't know the extent of that. I know J.C. Horn threw some punches, so I'm pretty sure.
Say, they did show an angle. Matt Pryor did throw a punch.
Okay, good. So I didn't see that.
Yeah. It wasn't a great. It wasn't a great ankle. It wasn't like you couldn't see it initially, but if you were looking for it, you could see. Yeah, there was a moment when Matt Pryor threw a punch. I'll say this. I would be surprised if he ends up getting any suspension. Yeah. It wasn't a malicious punch. It was, to your point, coming to the defense of a teammate. Yeah. I think the fact that both were disqualified from the game is basically the NFL will look at it and say, here's your fine. Yeah. Move on. I would be Matt, I'll say this. I would be surprised if either player is suspended. They got their DQ, and that's essentially what I would expect.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that, by the way, shout out Gerald Everett for being the sneaky guy in there. Getting a little jab. I don't know if y'all saw that. He's in the back, got a little foul. And then
it was a big foul, man.
And they just got out of there. And it was like, oh, okay.
I wasn't over there. I was trying ejected. I'm retired, man. I go to negotiation mode. Back in the day, I would have been in the middle of it, but now I'm a negotiator, man. Why are we fighting like this? We shouldn't be doing this. What kind of beer do you drink?
I love Caleb Williams standing on the outside, too, just going, it looks crazy in there, dog.
I can't be in there, man.
He's wild in there, dog.
He's on the edge of it, so your teammates can't get mad because you're there supporting your teammates, but we need you, man. You can't get involved in that extracurricular activity.
I want Caleb to be the guy instigating it. I want him to be off to the side. I heard he said your mama. I want Caleb to be that guy. No, I thought that was – but again, right, we talk about that situation in the game. We talk about, the offensive line and their mindset. I don't know if y'all remember this, but when Justin Fields was here, how many times do we say, hey, is anybody going to stand up for this guy? This guy's getting slammed in the ground.
Is anybody going to help pick him up off the ground? Now, that's standard. Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. When and I hate to go back when we play. Here's the thing, right? Whenever the running back got tackled, your quarterback got tackled, or one of your teammates run on the ground, you better run over there and help him up.
Right.
It was a big thing. It was the culture. It was the standard in terms of our offense. So when you see your quarterback on the ground, you see your running back on the ground, you better be running down there, trailing the play. One, to help him up. But two, like down the field, if something happens, if that running back's running the ball, he gets tackled, that ball comes out, well, bam, there's guys around the ball. We can recover that fumble. You know what I'm saying? So it's standard, but it's also I'm coming to the defense of my teammate.
But I say all that to say, right, like this wasn't the quarterback. This wasn't DJ Moore. This wasn't Keenan Allen. This was an offensive lineman who wide receivers throwing jabs, DB's throwing jabs at him, right? And he's going, all right, dude, like I'm begging you, get out of here. Yeah. Matt Pryor runs over, comes in. It doesn't matter who it is with this team.
I don't care if it was Bozo the clown. If it's your teammate, you better come to the ADA.
And that's what I love. I love the mentality of like, yo, you're not gonna put your hands on my teammate in a disrespectful manner out here. We gotta handle. Now we gotta have a conversation. Sure. And Matt Pryor's biggest dude on the field is the one going, now we gotta have a conversation. I like that.
Matt did bring up Tevin Jenkins living with that ankle injury. You said he was ruled out pretty quickly from returning. Of course, Bill Murray was the choice to head in and play guard at that point. And he did a serviceable job. I would say he was actually, at points, I was actually fairly impressed considering what we've seen from the Bears offensive line at times. Yeah. So that was encouraging. But of course, where was Nate Davis? I think we've gotten to the point where it's a little surprising that Bill Murray has jumped him on the depth chart.
Yeah,
and
good point.
At this point, I'm not saying I'm not calling for it. It's just an observation. Interesting because we heard Matt Eberflus talk about Bill Murray a lot during training camp, how he's impressed with some of the improvements that he had made, the growth he had made. But of course, he's a depth lineman. No one was expecting him to come in. So it'll be interesting to see what their plan is because you hope Tevin can maybe play next week, but who knows? They might also figure let's play it safe. You've got the bye after Jacksonville, so it might play into the fact, well, let's just no matter what be a little extra cautious with him in that ankle injury. as a possibility. And if that's the case, I'll be curious to see if Bill Murray's going to get a start here. Or, as Matt mentioned, Karen Amagashi got on the field. I believe he was an eligible receiver as that extra, sixth lineman on the play. So, it'll be interesting to see what their plans are now.
I've got two major concerns with that situation. Number one is, who's going to be available. Of course, the Tevin Jenkins concerns. Mm-hmm. I love that he brings up the point that, this is a serious situation as far as contract-wise for Brian Poles, because we haven't had a season of Tevin Jenkins being healthy for the long run. But the other concern is I'm watching guys go down week after week, and your third-round pick can't get on the field for real reps. I have a problem with you drafting a player that you feel you can't put on the field. I'm not saying I know you want to see it. You want to slow play it. There was a ton of talk about how he's not going to compete for the left tackle job at all this year. Fine. Braxton's been out there, right? That's the best I can say about it. But your third round pick, whenever we ask about him, all we keep hearing is, well, he didn't have an off-season program. He didn't have a training camp. He didn't have a summer program. We're still working him in. He's doing a great job in practice and getting trained. You won't put him in the game. Did you draft a dude that you don't feel that you can play?
I mean, was it too much of a reach considering, we all knew going into the season they were lacking depth. Going into the draft, you thought offensive line would be somewhat of a priority.
Yeah.
And nothing wrong with taking a project guy you want to project out who you think could be a really good player down the road, but you need to make alternate plans if that's into that, right? Like, and we'll see. I don't know. I don't know what,
what does it say that you didn't play him against this defensive line after they lost a couple more pieces today?
This has been a great opportunity to get him some meaningful reps, which he hasn't had any, no preseason, no training for that matter, no nothing.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
It turned into preseason at the end of the game.
Fourth quarter would have been
got as many reps as he does. Almost.
Quad's hurt, dog.
312-332-3776. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Jason McKie, Pat the designer, hanging out with you till 7:30 tonight. Up next, we'll let you hear from Caleb Williams. He joined J-Mac right after the game. We'll let you hear what he had to say right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, is here with savings. Kickoff fall the right way. Find deals on OLED and QLED TVs, perfect for watching the season's games, and complete your setup with a powerful soundbar that blasts every time your team scores. Finally, grab an air fryer from their gourmet shop. It's the best way to make finger foods like wings and potato skins healthier. It's game time for free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop at Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
When you're clean, when your dog is too.
It's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
Tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse, and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
Tell them more. It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or somebody you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNBP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
ESPN Chicago.
5 carries, 25 yards. There's the snapper. Playmaker circle the blocker. Caleb throwing open. DJ Moore inside the 15 to the 10. Turns it up to the 5. Walking into the end zone. Touchdown Bears. Caleb Williams, 34 yards. And DJ Moore for the score. An extra point away from tying it up with 5:44 to go first quarter. Safeties are back deep. Snap to Caleb Williams. Good protection. Lines it up for DJ Moore to the end zone. Perfect throw. Perfect catch. Touchdown Bears. There you go. Deep strike and a 30-yard touchdown. 27-7 Bears. Second connection of the day with DJ Moore, and the Bears are pulling away from the Panthers.
Now that's more like it. DJ Moore with a couple touchdowns today goes over 100 yards. He went over 100 yards early in the game. He also had a pretty bad drop, but the game was well in hand.
He talked about it too. He talked about it.
So we can forgive him for that because the game was well in hand, but he certainly could have padded his stats. DJ Moore now has 27 catches on the season, 294 yards, and you heard 2 of his 3 touchdowns on the year. Good to see him, Caleb. Get that connection going, get right after it. What was a topic of conversation last week? Both had to address, and I doesn't even want to acknowledge that it happened. I'm just reporting what was being asked.
I know, because everybody lost their mind off the question that I asked. That's why I'm irritated by it, because when you hear DJ's answer, it's clearly about the fact that Caleb is already knowledgeable enough to know, hey, DJ's got a linebacker on him. I got to get this football to him. And people turned it into DJ Moore going, oh, you better get me this ball. He's never been a diva. In situations where he could have been a diva, and people are trying to turn him into one. And dare I say, Jeff, it's the Caleb Williams cult. That anytime anything could be said to just besmirch the name of Caleb Williams, which nothing was said. It was like you said when we got on the show, right? You're putting those walls up ahead of time so that nobody gets to you and is upset. And by the way, we should all be in the Caleb Williams cult at this point. He's our quarterback.
Yeah.
But like the conversation that came from that, and the people, to all the people out there that were flipping it up without the question and the context, that's what's wrong right now, with only looking at what's popping on social media and not actually looking at what was said and how it was said.
Yeah, I asked him, I had a chance to talk to him after the game on the field, and I asked him, I said, hey, last week, you were saying that, the chemistry's off, there was going to be some discussions, and he's like, there was no, I said, what was the discussion today? And he was like, I was just joking. There wasn't no discussion. We knew we were going to go on the same thing. And I knew he was joking, but I wanted to give him an opportunity to address it.
Yes.
Because DJ is far from a diva. He's one of the guys, right, that we've seen every single day at practice and training camp. You rarely see him on the injury report. Like, I've played with a lot of receivers, and I'm not saying they're divas, but there's a lot of receivers that we've seen out there that are true divas. He's the complete opposite. He is a dog. He's a blue-collar guy. He's a hard worker, and that's why he's had success in this league ever since he set foot in it.
No, there's no doubt about it. He is the exact opposite of what you think of when you're talking about like an elite level wide receiver at the NFL level.
Yeah.
Like DJ Moore, I could not be anything less than a diva. And so, it was, again, frustration, the fact that the Bears were not doing what they wanted to do offensively, and some opportunities missed.
Yeah.
He's allowed to be frustrated, but he's not throwing a tantrum. No. He's not throwing his helmet. He's not demanding the ball, at inopportune times. And so to see them get back on the same page today, absolutely fabulous. Again, just another reason why I think it was a really good day for the Bears. J-Mac, you mentioned talking with Caleb after the game. If you missed it earlier, this is what Caleb said when J-Mac interviewed him in the postgame show.
Caleb, you guys seem to pick up where you left off last week. Good balance on offense in terms of the run game and pass game. Talk about your offensive line performance along with your running backs today.
Yeah, they did a great job. I told them that middle of the game, throughout the whole game, that they're doing a great job. There's a few sacks that was on me, holding the ball too long, trying to do too much. But other than that, they did a great job. Obviously, running backs, when they had the holes and things like that, when they opened up, they hit them. And when they weren't, they were just, getting the ugly yardage, which goes a long way in football games because of ugly yardage. They end up being 2-3 yards. And then, at some point you pop one of those long runs, when those keep happening. And so They did a great job. Super excited. The progress that we keep having and things like that. That goes down to the leadership of these guys, the personality of this team. It keeps showing, and we're going to keep progressing and things like that.
Let's talk about the offense. You guys seem like you were in complete command in terms of, coaches getting the plays in faster. Seems like you were comfortable the entire time. Talk about, how comfortable you was out there executing the game plan today.
Yeah, I felt good. Us getting into a rhythm early is extremely important. Starting fast is always important, in football games and things like that, because, not having many penalties in the first half, not having many penalties, slowing drives down and things like that. It goes a long way, because you still may have those ugly plays where you don't really get much yardage, but when you have those penalties and when you have those negative plays that put you behind the sticks pretty heavily, it's pretty tough to get back from those. So as a team, we did a good job, staying ahead of the sticks in the first half, and then we had a few penalties coming out, in the second half that we'll definitely get better at. We'll definitely be better from when we go back and look at it.
You and DJ, the chemistry seems to be getting better and better. You guys connected for 2 touchdowns today. Break down the first touchdown pass, the 34-yard bomb you threw to him. Looks like you ran a deep over route. Talk about the coverage and what you saw in that play.
Yeah, so they, we got up on the ball. We had a tell that they were getting it to a 1 high. When we were moving the ball, getting tempo going, and so we got into that. Left safety tried to rotate back over, and the corner took the post. Our inside seam or kind of streak route. I got taken by the opposite safety, and then when the corner takes that post, there's nobody else over there unless the backer gets a lot of depth, and he didn't. DJ ran a great route, made a great catch, and went down the sideline and scored.
Talk about the second touchdown. Looked like you hit him on another post over the middle. You put that ball out there perfectly, especially with the wind conditions. Talk about, did that affect anything? And talk about that second connection on that touchdown pass to DJ.
Yeah, trying to get adjusted to the wind. Or the first pass that we threw in the game, we threw a little out to Keenan right into the gust of wind right there, and it just killed the ball. And so y'all kept seeing me, I believe, squirting the water bottle, trying to see where the wind was going and how strong it was. And we did a good job, throughout the game, communicating and things like that, understanding the wind, whether I had to drive it, in different moments, and playing, in the wind and things like that. I think everybody did a good job focusing on the catches when they had to be made. Even a couple of tosses, tosses that we had when it was catching it. So we did a good job overall.
Last question for you. How excited are you to be going over across the pond playing in London? And the second part of this question, what are you most excited to do besides football?
Most excited to do. We're an hour away from London, so don't really know. And then other than that, really excited to go over there. So, first time playing over there. And then other than that, my girlfriend's family, she's from over there. And so, they'll all be at the game for the first time ever seeing me play. And so it's going to be really exciting, really fun.
Good stuff there from Caleb Williams as J-Mac was dealing with some adversity as he had to fight through that interview there.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Fighting through it, dog.
Distractions.
Yeah, man, it was cool, though. DJ had his son there, and, he walked over. He gave me knuckles. Well, first, DJ's like, can you say hi? Give him knuckles. And he started crying. And I'm like, look, I know I'm an ugly fullback. I know. I'm sorry, little man. And then he gave me some knuckles, opened up. But, he was in the back room, hanging out. Derrick Rose was back there. Angel Reese was back there. So, he wanted to get down and play. So you can hear him in the background. But it's awesome because, DJ we see him on the football field, but, everywhere you see him, it's with family. Even at practice, you see him and his daughter. His daughter was one of the stars of Hard Knocks. All over Hard Knocks. Like, he's exactly what you want in terms of, that lead receiver. And just, he's a great football player. Obviously, he's a great dad. He's a great person. And I'm glad he's here in Chicago. And he'll continue to prosper because that's the type of person he is.
No doubt about it. Caleb Williams, 304 yards today passing. He also rushed for 34, had a couple of touchdowns, 20 for 29, which is a pretty solid day at the office. And then, of course, he had a quarterback rating of 126.2. So you will take that each and every day, leading the Bears to a blowout win. Very impressive there. And then we talked about DJ Moore, 5 catches, 105 yards. Now, I will say, any concern, Keenan Allen a little bit quiet yet again. They didn't really need him, but he only had 3 catches for 33 yards as he works his way back into this offense. How do you guys feel about where they're at with him right now?
I think this is the situation, right? We said this. There's going to be some days where it's going to be the Keenan Allen show. There's going to be some days where it's the DJ Moore show. There's going to be some days where it's the Rome show. Guess what? Today it was the DJ Moore show. But what I do like about this is it feels like it's a team that's prioritizing winning over caring about your stats, at least early on, right? The stats are going to play a part into it. But this is what I love, right? 8 targets for DJ, 6 targets for Rome, 6 targets for Keenan, 4 targets for Cole, 2 targets for Gerald Everett, 2 targets for DeAndre Swift. Everybody's getting involved. Everybody's getting the ball. There isn't a day where, and I'm sure there's going to be some day, right, where Keenan Allen just has a matchup. But it's like, I'm sorry, guys. He's killing them. I got to keep giving them the football. But the fact that you have a quarterback that can not only get the ball to your playmakers, but spread the offense around, I think that that's not a bad thing. And I think that if these guys have the mindset that it seems like they do, where, hey, listen, I just want to go out there and win. I'm not worried about being a 1,500-yard receiver this season if we end up losing and not being out of the playoffs. I think you have a good mentality, a good identity with this team, with this receiving core offense.
I think the biggest development that I see with Caleb, and this is huge with young quarterbacks, right? Because you see young quarterbacks that want to make the splash play. You see young quarterbacks trying to appease the star receiver, right? You don't see Caleb trying to force feed DJ. Mm-hmm. You don't see Caleb trying to force feed Keenan because he's not getting, the target, he's not getting the yards that, he may feel that he needs to get. And you don't see Keenan coming up to Caleb saying, hey, throw me the ball. You see a young quarterback that's out there taking what the defense gives him, right? Some of the biggest plays, and I'll go back to last week that we saw, was him checking the ball down to the running back.
Yeah.
You saw that again today, him checking the ball down to the running back. You see him hitting Rome Odunze on short intermediate routes because that's what the defense gave him. You don't see him trying to force the ball, making a splash play because he has the pressure of being the number 1 pick. I've got to make all these plays. No, I got to play within the framework of the system, and I've got to get the ball to my playmakers based upon what the defense is giving us. And that's what I love. That's tremendous growth from a young quarterback.
No doubt about it. That's Jason McKie. Along with Pat, the designer, I'm Jeff Meller. We're taking your calls, 312-332-3776, the post-game show. Talking about a Bears winner, 36-10 over the Panthers. And up next, we'll zero in on the defense. They had themselves a pretty good day as well. All right here on ESPN 1000.
Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host Dan. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-475-1818. 800-475-1818. 800-475-1818.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. Not only is October the best sports month on the calendar, it's also the best time to buy windows from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90Nation. The weather's about to turn. You need these energy efficient windows from Window Nation. Don't let your heating bills skyrocket because the heat escapes your home and the cold air comes in. I've saved 30% year over year on my energy bills thanks to my new windows from Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. The more you buy, the more you're going to save, but they're never going to upsell you. Another great reason why October's the best month to buy. Right now, no interest or payments for 24 months. Think about all the money you can save by paying off your project with that deal. Call today, 866-90Nation. The sale ends October 31st, so act now. 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
The new home of the Bears.
3rd down and 12, 37-yard line for Dalton and the Panthers. 14-7 Bears. Big play right here. Play clock is down to 3. Snap. Back to throw. Dalton. Here comes Taylor. Picked up. They throw to Tremble left with a block. Hit. Knocked out. On the ground. Far side of the field. Big stick by Brisker. Popped it loose. Bears have recovered the football. Jervon Dexter. I mean, that was a wallop. Big collision.
We've been singing the praises of Jervon Dexter for quite some time. I know Pat, especially last week, was singing his praises. Comes up big with another half sack and that fumble recovery. Of course, Quan Brisker with the monster knockout blow. Rest in peace, Tommy Tremble. That was that was a brutal one.
Big stick Brisker? Is that what we do? I don't know if we can say that on the air. Can you say that on the air?
Easy killer.
Easy killer. You might want to workshk that one.
That's what JJ said.
Personal foul.
That's what JJ said.
Flag on the play. Pat designer. Unsportsmanlike conduct.
I think it's going to be a hit stick Brisker if you go there, right? Hit stick Brisker before
hit stick Brisker. I just went off of what Mr. Joniak said. I'm just going off of what I heard on the air.
Flag on the play, Joniak. Unsportsmanlike conduct.
Oh, I'm the second guy in, so I get the flag too. That's messed up.
Throwing flags on both you guys.
You're a Matt Fryer today. Don't get disqualified. Don't get DQ'd on us.
That was a crazy hit. I mean, you could. I mean, it's just wow. Like and the funny thing is, as bad as Tremble looked, Brisker, he was dazed a little bit. He got up and his teammates was around him, making sure he was okay, and he walked off on the sideline. And Coach Flus came up and asked him, "Was he okay?" It was a huge play, but that's a collision, man. That was a collision, but a good one because it led to a takeaway.
And the Bears forced 3 turnovers today yet again. So pretty impressive day by them. They're clean on the turnover sheet. So just a good day by the Bears all around. Again, defensively, they answered the call too because Chuba Hubbard rips off that 36-yard touchdown in the first quarter. You just wondered, the Panthers have been playing better offensively with Andy Dalton under center. They've got some weapons. Deontay Johnson, we know he's better than a serviceable wide receiver in this league. He's a legit player. Yeah. And Hubbard's been better. And so you thought maybe that Leggett, they drafted him.
He went out with like he had a shoulder, and I think that really hurt him because he came down on his shoulder and went out, and you saw his backup in I think it was Jalen Coker, if I'm not mistaken. He was in the game.
Yeah, Coker.
So I think that really hurt Andy Dalton because you had a young rookie that has made some plays for you. We're used to having Deontay and Leggett in there. It really stuns your offense.
Yeah, and they're already without Adam Thielen as well, so they're down. In the receiver position room. So, they certainly were lacking that. And so the Bears, like I said, they answered the call after that first touchdown run, which was very disappointing. The way Hubbard just ripped it off was barely touched, up the middle of the field. But nevertheless, that was it. After that point, the Bears defense really made some really nice plays. You heard the forced fumble there. Kevin Byard with a nice pick as well. Did a nice job tracking the ball on a deep throw by Andy Dalton where Jonathan Mingo does another Jonathan Mingo thing. He seems to get lost at times. So the Bears took advantage of that. So all in all, a nice day. And as I mentioned now, the Bears have gone 11 straight games where they have not allowed more than 21 points. And they only allowed 21 once, 20 another time. And aside from that, they've been holding teams to the teens. And again, 10 points today. So the defense basically, they've stepped up to the plate each and every week now for well over a half a season here, and it's really impressive because if the Bears offense can continue to progress here, they're not going to have to be an elite level offense. If they can just be a top half offense, all of a sudden the Bears, we can be talking about the playoffs for this team.
No, 100%. And I think one of my concerns in this game early on, and it was not qualm when you see Chuba Hubbard running down the field for a 38-yard touchdown. But one of my concerns was, where is this Bears run defense at? Where, that's been kind of the question last couple of weeks. And I was like, Jonathan Taylor really didn't kill us. Defense kept getting put back on the field, bad situations. And then Jonathan Taylor goes off and does Jonathan Taylor things, taking advantage of a little bit more of a tired defense. Right. Kyron Williams kind of cooked us. I'm not gonna lie, Kyron Williams was getting after us, and he played a really good game. Chuba Hubbard, you take away that one big run though. He had 12 carries for 59 yards for the rest of the day. That is a defense looking really, really stout after a mistake happens, right? That miscommunication on the line, whatever it was, the Red Sea parted and he was running down the middle of it. And I thought that your defense really showed a lot of prowess and stoutness to be able to bounce back after a big play like that happens and say, that's never going to happen again.
It's just being sound, right? You see the big run on the outside zone by Chuba Hubbard because there's no gap integrity, right? What I mean by gap integrity is everybody has a gap in the run game, right? Everybody has a gap. If there's two guys in the same gap, boom, there goes the hole. You know what I mean? So it's just making sure they're on the same page. Communication is key. And this is a defense, a disciplined defense that, they're playing well. Time and time again, we've seen Coach Flus dial up a blitz in a timely situation or a critical situation that gets home. How many times we see Andy Dalton under pressure, but how many times we see him get sacked in a critical situation, even having an opportunity to convert on third down. Like it's great to see when you have that versatility on defense with that many playmakers. I mean, it's awesome to see. You look at all these guys getting to the quarterback. We saw Big Billings had a stack. I mean, a lot of guys. Daryl Taylor was getting to the quarterback. I mean, it was awesome to see. Yeah. And when you have a front four causing havoc like that, it makes things so much easier on the back end. And when you have two linebackers that flow side to sideline, Tremaine Edmonds, TJ Edwards, the Bears also with base a lot when they bring in Jack Sanborn. I mean, you've got a really good defense that's playing at a high level, and their confidence is at an all-time high. And you have a good defensive mind in Coach Flus and Coach Washington making the right calls in timely situations. You're getting a productive defense that we see.
Do you think that I ask both of you guys, do you think that the adjustment we've seen in Andrew Billings' games is why the run game is getting through a little bit more? What I mean by that is last season, really his career, Andrew Billings has been known as the run stuffer, right? You're not running through Big Bill. This year, clearly, I don't know how he has done it. And J-Mac, let me know if have you ever played with a player that's done this where he changed his entire game to literally go, I'm a pass rusher. And not only is he a pass rusher, he's one of the best in the NFL. Finally getting his first sack today. He's got one of the best pass rusher win rates in the league right now. Do you think that the run game is getting through a little bit more because Andrew Billings' focus has changed from being a run stuffer to we got to get a quarterback?
Before you answer that, I'll suggest that I do think, especially like the big D tackles who don't necessarily have a lot of agility, or they're not perceived to have a lot of agility, right? Yeah. You oftentimes get pigeonholed as a run stuffer, and then you don't get the opportunity to excel on third down, right? But Andrew Billings, I think, has proven whenever he's gotten an opportunity, at least here in Chicago, that he's been up to the task. And so I think he's earned more reps from this team. And maybe part of that is, too, because they haven't necessarily filled the holes on the D-line with guys who have been able to unseat him. Right. And so Billings' good play in combination with the fact that aside from Jerron Dexter, Zach Pickens hasn't been available for the most part. Yeah. So, I think that's played a role, too, is that Billings has excelled and basically earned more reps.
Definitely. I think it's a combination of things. What you see this year that we didn't really see a lot of last year is the big chunk yards, big explosive plays, right? You talk about the long run by Chuba Hubbard today. You didn't really see a lot of that last year. So it's just them getting on the same page, like I said before, making sure they're in the right gap, especially, making sure they have the right run fits and stuff like that. Because if you don't, there's a lot of elite running backs in this league. Oh, yeah. And Chuba Hubbard is a guy who's had success.
3 of them in a row.
Yeah, he's going to find a crease. And especially when you're running outside zone, that's the play that Chuba Hubbard scored on. If you're not fundamentally sound, especially on the backside of that run in which you see Chuba Hubbard, he stretched that play and then cut it back and got vertical, got downhill. If you're not playing your gap, especially on the backside, on that outside zone run, there's going to be creases there, and that can lead to a touchdown, something we saw today.
You mentioned Matt Eberflus a moment ago. Reminder, don't forget, Coach Eberflus will join Cap and J Hood as he does every Monday at 8:20 tomorrow. He'll be talking about the game before, again, the Bears head on out to London tomorrow night. Let's try Tim in Tinley Park, who I believe wants to send some flowers to the Bears coaching staff as well. Timmy,
what's good?
Post-game show.
Good evening, gentlemen.
What's happening, Tim?
Want to give a shout out to the coaching staff. I was really down on them, but they seem to be learning. I haven't seen Bayless Jones Jr., Nate Davis's bench. Shane Waldron seems to actually he's learning his offensive his players, and I didn't see anything exotic or cute, just execution. So shout out to the coaching staff. I haven't seen this in it's been a while. It's been a long time.
No, you're right, Tim. It's good to see, right? We don't have anything to be overly critical of. Again, the opponent probably made that easier, and then again they jump out with at halftime it's a 27-7 lead.
Yeah.
So you just barring an absolute meltdown, you're in good shape. But to Tim's point, they're doing the things you expect them to do. For instance, the jumbo package with Doug Kramer was effective last week. They didn't try and get cute off of it like we had seen a lot of times with Matt Nagy, where he'll some play design off of something that worked the previous week. All of a sudden, you got to run something cute so that you have everybody in a tizzy over some goal line play. Which listen, is there anything more overrated than the 1-yard touchdown where something cute is drawn up? I mean, honestly, there's a lot of ways to score on it from the one, right? J-Mac, you as a high school head coach and a play designer know that all too well.
Yeah.
But so that's nice to see and encouraging. Hey, Doug Kramer worked last week in the backfield. Let's do it again. Yeah. And guess what? It worked again on a couple of occasions.
No, 100%. It's going back to the well of things that you're able to do successfully, because it's not a very deep well through the first 3 games of the season. You found something in week 4 that worked. You were finally able to get a little bit of water out of it. Keep going back to that. And it's good to see a team. I agree with Tim as far as giving the coaching staff flowers, because I think Flus has done it. I think that Waldron has done it. And I think that they did it for the first time for 4 quarters. And that, to me, is so incredibly important here, because how many times last season, right? The first thing I thought coming out of the half was 27-7. And I was like, this feels very much like Denver. Oh, please don't Denver this. Don't take your foot off of the gas. Please just keep being aggressive going into the second half. And yeah, you go down, you only end up getting a field goal on that drive coming out in the second half. But you saw a Bears team that continued to be aggressive. They didn't take their foot off of the pedal. They had the mindset of, hey, listen, we're up 27-7, but you know what's not bad? 37-7 or whatever score you can keep getting to. That is, I've talked about on here a lot, the changes that we've seen in Matt Eberflus learning from this year to last season, or from last season to this season. They keep happening, and in moments like this, there are moments where I go, I'm not mad that Matt Eberflus is our head coach. I'm not mad that Matt Eberflus is starting to do things, because you're starting to see the consistency, not only in just the play of the team with him being there, but also consistent growth in Matt Eberflus as a coach going, listen, like I did that last year for 3 games. Guess what? We probably shouldn't do that again. We're going to change things up this year and try it this way. And this way works.
I just, going off of what Jeff said, right? The cuteness, you don't need that. Sometimes you just got to line up and say, we're running the ball here, and no matter what, you can't stop it. Yeah. We saw that last week with Kramer. We saw that this week, right? And I love the fact that, he changed the design of the goal line run this week with Kramer. We saw him in the wing position. They ran power, in which they brought Kramer across the formation. In power, you always have a kick out. You have a double team. You have a puller. So they bring Kramer over in the wing. He kicks out the end man on the line. You get a double team on the backside linebacker. The play side guard pulls for the backside guard pulls for the first linebacker play side. It's not cute. You're bringing in a bigger guy for that kick out, because that's very important. But it's just saying, hey, you know what? We're bringing in this guy. We're bringing in the lineman as a fullback, and we're going to score. And then you also see him come back on the second run that Roshan had. You run straight ISO. Kramer on a linebacker, I'm going to cave in this whole side. You're not going to stop us on the goal line. Yep. Yeah. And that's what you got. That's what you got to do sometimes. Even when they did get stopped on, I still like the design in which it was a fourth down call on that Roshan 4th and 1. So what they did was they had 2 backs in the backfield. You had Roshan and DeAndre. DeAndre has exit motion, in which he exits out the backfield, and they run wedge with Roshan. Caleb reverse pivots, hands the ball off to Roshan. He runs wedge. He tries to fit right in behind the center and guard. They got stopped, but the play design, that's a great play design. And it's there.
You'll take oftentimes your running back just having to run through a linebacker for 1-2 yards, right?
I'll take it. You know why, Jeff? Because it's not a lateral play. It's a downhill play to get 1 yard.
Yes. And with Roshan, more times than not, he's going to be able to grind out that 1 yard that you want. And so it's been effective. It's nice to see. I would imagine it's been successful. They've showed us now for 2 weeks in a row that that's something that, which is good to see. Hey, it works. Let's not overthink this until somebody stops it. This should be some of our bread and butter short yardage play. 312-332-3776. We're taking your calls. Hanging out till 7:30 tonight, talking Bears winner over the Panthers, 36-10. We'll also let you hear from the Bears head coach what he had to say, what stuck out to him from today's win. We'll do that next right here on ESPN Chicago.
When your cat's made, when your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
And tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse, and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Parents just went left on you.
Tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
Looking for a destination where everything you need and want is right at your fingertips? Look no further than Rosemont. It's all here. Shopping, it's here. Dining, it's here. Entertainment, here. Rosemont's vibrant shines bright with convenience, excitement, and attractions for one and all. When it comes to finding everything you're looking for, it's all here. It's all here.
Yeah, it's all here in Rosemont.
In Rosemont. Plan your fun at rosemont.com. Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my wife handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, get fast, reliable 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract with free Wi-Fi equipment included. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless and auto-clears to your bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Bears win their 8th straight at Soldier Field. They're now 3-2 on the 2024 season. And they head over to London to take on the Jacksonville Jaguars before they hit the bye week in their return. And then they have they're at Washington, the Washington Commanders, which I'm sure we'll talk quite a bit about the quarterback matchup in that game. And then, of course, they've got the Cardinals in Arizona. The Cardinals actually come back and beat the 49ers today after trailing that one. The Cardinals win a bit of an upset, I'm sure, in a lot of people's minds. That one, they win 24-23 on a late game-winning field goal. And the Packers, they hold off the Rams in the afternoon game. They win that one 24-19. And we've already mentioned the Vikings win in their London game earlier today. So they are now 5-0. They beat the Vikings in the NFC North, leading the way. The Packers are 3-2. They're actually, I'm sorry, the Packers are actually in third place because the Lions are on a bye. They're 3-1. And the Bears and Packers are both tied at 3-2. So there's the NFC North standings for you ahead of the game against Jacksonville. Taking your calls at 312-332-3776. Let's try Mike, who's in Roselle. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you, man?
Good. Mike.
Good, but listen, I got to say, I'm a long-time listener on the ESPN 1000 app. I always listen. Love you guys. You guys do a great job.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, man, for sure. Thanks. My point is this. I really think – I go back to what I think I heard Tom Waddle say one time, that everybody's getting progressively better, right? Everybody's getting better at their position. Waldron, Caleb, all these guys are getting better the offensive line. I really am impressed by the fact that every single part is starting to get better and better every single week. And I love to see it because I haven't seen it in the years where the common sense things are happening. And I just love to see that the fact that, hey, we see these things, we're growing. Is everything perfect? No. But I tell you what, I love the progression. I really think they made the good choice with Caleb. I really think that this is the right situation, and I'm looking forward to see the success moving forward. I'm really impressed by that.
Yeah, no, it's good to see them again. You can only play the teams on your schedule, so I don't want to necessarily overrate this win.
Yeah.
But again, they couldn't do anything but beat the Panthers today, and they beat them handily. It was never really in doubt once the game, got going, and that's good to see. The best of teams, you can only, the has-beens in the league, you have to play them on your schedule and take advantage of it. And the Bears did that today. They did everything they pretty much wanted. They had an effective run game. They threw the ball around. They played good defense. They got a good pass rush at times. They, for the most part, if anything, the run game was the hardest thing. Stopping the run a little bit. But listen, when the opposition only scores 10 points, okay, fine. Congratulations. You ran for over 100 yards. No one else is going to think about that.
I think to Mike's point too, right? The progression and showing, that this may actually be something different. I saw in the YouTube chat, Ravi brought this up, and I just double checked it. And Caleb Williams made a little bit of history today, becoming the first Chicago Bears rookie quarterback ever to have 2 300-yard games in his fifth start already. We haven't had guys do this in 16 games. He's got 2 300-yard plus games. 1-1. Would have loved to see him get a dub in that other one. But the fact that you're seeing that 5 games in, you're seeing continued growth. And yes, this is versus the Panthers, but you know what? It's called a get-right game. It's something you can build confidence on. And I think that Caleb Williams' confidence right now is through the roof as you go and head towards Jacksonville, right, to play them in London. You now know, okay, this is how we can make this play. You're building a rapport with DJ Moore. Your offensive line, for the most part, I think, right, am I sitting here ecstatic that they were able to stop the Carolina Panthers pass rush? No. But what I am excited about was they had an opportunity to build a little bit of a rapport, build a little bit more chemistry on that line that can help you going up against Jacksonville. I think that those are the things that you take away from this game with excitement. You saw a consistent pocket for Caleb Williams today. Defensively, you know where they're at. But you're starting to see the offense catch up. You talked about it, Jeff, that there is a pretty good chance you can make the playoffs just by having a middle of the pack to above average offense with the level that this defense is playing at.
That's my hope. Yeah, because and listen, I'm not going to put any reins on what the offense can be, but it's a rookie quarterback, right? And so let's, be realistic. But again, I think everybody, I don't think this is speaking out of school to say that I think most of us will believe Caleb will be better in the second half than the first half. I think we're seeing a little bit of that growth, right? And if you just give him the opportunity to kind of let the NFL speed, like him acclimate himself to that, that in itself, if nothing else happens, I think he'll be a better player come the second half just for that alone.
Yeah, you can tell he had a command. He felt more and more comfortable. I mean, his completions, 20 for 29 just showed that he was comfortable. He was in command. And he's starting to see it. So every rep's an opportunity for him to get better, regardless of who you're playing, who's in and out of the lineup for that defense. He's still seeing NFL speed, and he's going to keep getting better. They're going to keep designing a scheme to make him better, and it's just good to see. And 300 yards, like you said, you mentioned that stat. That's impressive.
That's crazy.
And I think we're going to see more of that moving forward. I think you see when he has a clean pocket, he can make the throws. He has discipline to be able to manipulate the defense, be able to look the safeties off and come back and hit DJ Moore. We saw that as well. Him look off the defense, come back to DJ Moore. Like, you just seeing overall comfortability coming about and him having a firm grasp of this offense is really good to see.
And you know what I love? In a great situation today, right? Caleb was in probably the best situation he's been in. The only sack of the day, I think Caleb caused.
Yeah, and he said he told you that, J-Mac, right, in the postgame. He mentioned that.
The only sack of the day, Caleb caused.
Yeah, he knows. I held the ball too long. Right. It's on me, but I'm glad he's putting that on him.
But there were about 3 plays where I thought he was about to be sacked.
And he found
a way to get out.
Magic.
And that's where you're like, oh, boy, like if things get rolling, this is where you look at it and say that could be special.
But I think, to me, what excites me about it is when it was perfect, you didn't see the fundamentals lack. You didn't see his clock sped up. You didn't see happy feet because he's been hit so much throughout the first 4 weeks of the season. You saw a quarterback that was able to stand in there and be poised, still maintain his fundamentals, deliver the football on time, find the guy. Even on some of the plays, right, when you first look at the Roma Dunze, was it pass interference call when he was held in the end zone? you look at it, you go, oh, you kind of overthrew Rome there. And then when you see the front view, you go,
No.
if Rome's not held, he is
Yeah.
in perfect position for where Caleb Williams puts that football. You're seeing him still be able to do all of that, even with some of the struggles he's had through the first 4 weeks of the season. That's a quarterback that, to me, is going to be able to continue to develop through the rest of the season.
Let's check in with James, who's on the south side. James, what's going on, man? You're on the post-game show.
What's going on, my man?
What's
hey,
happening,
listen. So I get right to it. This game, I was losing my mind, but the key to this victory, and I love it to death, was the fact that they came in and they controlled their tempo. They changed the whole Chicago style of playing football with that slow mentality, methodical tempo, and they sped it up for that young man. And I think that they understand that that is the key to winning with Caleb and that whole front line and all his weapons. That right there, it was a whole focus from the coaching down to the players that they knew that that's what he was going to do. And then when they tried to come out in the second half and slow it down, they saw that that was not going to work. And I saw them revert back. Yeah. And so I hope they keep this going, man. And I hope we get to what you have. You had 11 wins, didn't you, Tyler?
It's Meller, James. But I actually
I'm sorry.
No worries.
How many wins did you have?
I had them. Coming into the season, I thought they were going to be a 12-win team. I was drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm not going to lie. I thought Caleb's maturity. Okay. I overvalued what maybe I gave Ryan Poles a little too much credit for being able to assess the lineman that he was. Yeah. I thought Ryan Bates. I was like, you know what? He believes in these guys. He's a former offensive lineman. Maybe he's got solutions. Mm-hmm. So in retrospect, I've taken a couple wins off that total, but I'm still crazy about what Caleb Williams can be.
He thought every punt was going to land at the one.
Can you tell me what you think about the tempo of today?
Yeah, I think. I agree with you, James. I think the tempo was fantastic. It allowed Caleb to stay in rhythm. And even at USC, how many times did you see USC huddle? They didn't really huddle a lot. They did what you call a sugar huddle, where he's just, the linemen are pretty much the quarter. They're right there lined up. Caleb's 4 yards from the offensive line, and he's calling a play. And how many times did you see Caleb change the play at the line as well? He did that several times today. Mm-hmm. So it's just keeping him in rhythm, something that he's used to throughout his days at USC. And it's good to see that, when you started to go revert back to your old style of huddling, slowing things down, that you said, you know what, let's keep this thing going. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep the defense tired, not give them the time to get no air, and let's keep the, our foot on the gas pedal, and let's continue to keep it up tempo. So it was really good to see.
Have either of y'all seen the Coleman Shelton calling out the blitz?
You know what? I actually meant, let's actually tease that. If you missed it, we'll actually play it for you. We're going to play not the actual version.
Say we got an edited version.
We'll play the edited version. Coleman Shelton helping Caleb Williams out with the calls at the line in an interesting fashion. We'll do that. We'll also let you hear from the Bears head coach doing that next right here on the post-game show on ESPN 1000.
Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
App, your number one destination for the home, is here with savings to kick off fall the right way. Find deals on OLED and QLED TVs, perfect for watching the season's games. Complete your setup with a powerful soundbar that blasts every time your team scores. Finally, grab an air fryer from your gourmet shop. It's the best way to make finger foods like wings and potato skins healthier. It's game time with free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop at App, pleasing people since 1936.
You were born to move forward, to reach higher, grow stronger, and strive for more. At People's Bank, we are dedicated to advancing your financial journey alongside you. Choose a partner that moves with you, because standing still isn't an option. With 26 locations across Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana, People's Bank is where better banking continues to evolve. Our renovated Midlothian Banking Center is now open. Visit ibankpeoples.com to learn more. People's Bank is an equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Summer horse racing at Chicago's hometown track is coming down the stretch for a big fall finale. To close out the season, Club Hawthorne Betting Bars and Sam Adams Beer are giving away free bets every Sunday. Yep, you heard that right. Free bets every Sunday. Simply order a $5 Sam's Oktoberfest or Angry Orchard and get an instant bonus bet that could be worth up to $1,000. Every bonus bet is worth at least $5, which means everyone is a winner at Club Hawthorne. Get details and find a betting bar near you at hawthornebettingbars.com. Good luck.
Hey, it's Cap. Do you play sports? Do you snore? Your nose might be the problem from a previous injury. I've been there. But Sinus and Snoring MD got me back in shape, helping me breathe easier and sleep better. They treat me like family, and they'll do the same for you. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From the first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right. And naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything. From the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Beyond the bottle, Tito's has gained a reputation for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits around the world to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's and learn more at titosvodka.com. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof, crafted to be savored responsibly.
Ready for game day? Make your tailgate legendary with Martin's famous potato rolls. These rolls are the MVP of any burger or sandwich. Soft, buttery, and packed with flavor. They are the ultimate game changer. Score big with Martin's famous potato rolls. Perfect for your next football feast.
Postgame continues now on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer.
Bears beat the Panthers 36-10 before they head on out to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London to take on the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are the de facto NFL franchise from London. They seem to play 2 games a year at least out there. But the good news is the Bears will get the Jacksonville Jaguars on the front end of their 2-game set. So, the Jacksonville Jaguars won't be acclimated to London like they will next week when they're hanging out and playing a second game there. So the Bears will be on the same footing as the Jags in this first game. Again, next Sunday morning. Remember, programming note, the Bears game will kick off at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. So we'll have the call. Joe Naked there will be live in London. J-Mac, you're going to do a special pregame with Sylvie and Lance Briggs. That kicks off at 6 a.m.
Oh, my goodness.
That is some early morning football pregame coverage.
I'm a coach. I'm always up early.
There you go. There you go. So no worries there. And then we'll be back with the post-game show. My guess is we're going to probably get on around 2? 2-ish.
Yeah, because 8:30.
Yeah, probably 2-ish.
Yeah, probably around 2. You guys are.
Yeah, we'll be out early. Yeah,
it'll be different, man.
Yeah, but so post game will be coming your way around 2:00 next week. After the Bears game wraps, probably around 11:30, 12-ish, and then of course Peggy and Yurko will have your post game from 12 until I guess it's probably around 2. So there's your London schedule for next Sunday. But this week, of course, the Bears get the win. And what was interesting, you missed this, J-Mac, because you were on the sidelines, so you didn't hear the television broadcast. But those of us who were not fortunate enough to be on the sidelines, we got the mic'd up version. I'm sure you heard plenty of this during your playing days, but Coleman Shelton, Caleb Williams comes to the line, and then Fox goes live. They give us the mic on the field, and this is what we hear.
32, 30, fire, man! I know, here we go.
If you missed it, I got bleeping fireman from Coleman Shelton.
Fire, man!
Oh, my goodness. I love it.
And then I believe it was Kenny Albert and Jonathan Dilma who just started laughing immediately. Like, I think we got some fire here, boys. But yes, the hot mics went live to him, and sure enough, you got
fire, man!
We got it, Coleman. We got it. But they picked it up, and all was good. A 36-10 winner for the Bears today over the Carolina Panthers, an 8th straight at home.
I thought the best part of that whole thing is Caleb going. I
got it.
Like that to me, that I know is just like
Caleb said, I got the fire extinguisher. Just relax. Relax.
It's you seeing
relax.
Yeah. 5 weeks in go. I know what I'm looking at. Yeah. I see it.
Pressure, you're yelling at fire, but I got a fire extinguisher right here. It's called this right arm. Put that fire out.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's fun to
that's the noise?
Hey, 20 for 29, he's out there throwing darts.
Yeah, more fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
Put it out.
Either whatever it is, it was great. It was great to see.
Fire, man! I just love it, man. I love the fact that we're seeing this kid continue to develop. We're seeing him grow. We're seeing him be poised. we're seeing them be able to take advantage of it. Because how many times, right, in previous seasons, no matter the quarterback, do we go, gotta get this easy win. And then we're sitting here on a Monday going, what just happened?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that. This is a great situation. The city of Chicago should be excited about what they're seeing out of the show.
Well, like I said before, in the first half of our show, and I know I don't want to, a win is a win, but I would have been mad if we win this game by a field goal. With the amount of injuries that they had, with the way this Panthers team is, like the way they're set up right now with all the injuries, like you got to win this convincingly. You know what I'm saying? It's a game you're supposed to win. But for me, I mean, a win is a win, but it wasn't good enough to just win this game by 3 points. Like you had to go out there and show the dominance that you did today. So that's what I'm most encouraged about. You saw all kind of guys making plays. You saw every level of that defense. You saw guys making plays. The pass rush was there. The linebackers were flying around. The secondary generating takeaways. We saw the run game come to life. We saw Caleb Williams developing. We saw the receivers making plays. Hey, we saw Pat's guy, Torrey Taylor, booming punts like he should. Come on, that's your only job. You should be doing what you're supposed to do.
You know it.
You should do. That's what you're supposed to do. But it's good to see them win convincingly when you're supposed to.
It's nice when you don't have to rely on Torrey Taylor being perfect to win a game,
It
right?
is nice.
I don't need the NFC Player of the Week. Like again, he can
Right.
step up when you need him and play complementary football. But this defense, this I don't know. I think they're a top 5 defense in the NFL because of the way defenses are played. They create turnovers consistently.
Timely.
How many weeks in a row is this multiple turnovers? Like I think we have to go back to last season.
But it's
the last time that they didn't have multiple turnovers.
It's but this defense, it's the takeaways in timely situations, right? You go back to Indy, right? Indy's they were on the 5-yard line, and then Anthony Richardson throws a pick. Tremaine Edmonds comes up with that one. Like it's time and time again in critical situations that this defense comes up with a big takeaway. We talk about playing complementary football. They do that. They set the offense up with the takeaways and good field position, but they also come away with takeaways in critical situations. Like that's a top 5 defense.
No
like
doubt.
I said,
Yeah.
This was the first game where we saw both sides pick each other up in this game too, and I think that says something. And again, we know, right, Panthers, but like this is a game where you saw that big first run. You go, oh boy, all right, well, what are we going to get from the offense here? We just went 3 and out. A little concerned. Offense comes back out though.
Boom.
Now it's not defense. Y'all got to help us out. We got this. Don't worry about it. Y'all been taking care of us. Deep shot, touchdown. Here we go. Right. Oh snap! We got the offense rolling now. Not a defense. And I mean, listen, you can explain it from when you were playing, J-Mac, but it seems like when the offense got that touchdown, the defense came out like, oh, we really finna play today. It's time to really get after it. It seemed like they came out with a little bit more juice. And it reminded me of when you guys would get going with Forte's running down the field and you're laying people out in front of them, all of that.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Briggs and Urlacher come back on the field, and it's like, oh, we get a chance to really take some heads today.
Yeah, trust me. You feel that pressure when the offense is struggling, the defense is playing well, and you go 3 and out, and them guys are running back out there on the sideline. You see them guys that came, you get a cup of Gatorade. Like you feel that pressure. You're like, man, like we got to get it going. These guys are out there, like they're putting everything on display.
Yeah,
they're out there balling, and we just suck right now. Like you feel the pressure. They can, you can say what you want to say. You feel that pressure, and you're going to say the right things. The defense, they're going to look at you. They're looking at you sideways, like guys, like can we just get a first down? Like come on, I've been a part of that before. But when you see your defense playing well, you see that phase playing well, you see special teams playing well, and you're the phase that's lacking. Well, there's a sense of urgency. You got to pick it up. So it was good to see that. Okay, the defense, they gave up an early score. The offense said, "Don't worry, we got your back. We're going to put together a score, and we're going to answer that score." So when you're playing complementary football like that, that's a sign of a good team overall developing and maturing together.
Also something that I'll be curious to see how much it carries over, how much of it is just a result of an inferior opponent that's been ravaged by injuries, but the aggressiveness too down the field. Plenty of times on first and second down, the Bears offense was converting first down. They were, we've talked about this a couple times. The good offenses do their best to stay out of third down. It's don't even get to that down, and it can get those first downs, keep the chains moving before you even hit those do or die down markers, and then you're in a good situation. Today, we saw that from the Bears offense. Caleb Williams, 304 passing yards, and part of the reason it felt like it was so easy was because there were very few third downs that they found themselves in, right? So if you can avoid those, third downs and just pick up the first downs early. I know it's easier said than done, but you need that aggressive mentality from your offensive coordinator as well to do that. And today they had it. So that was also encouraging. Hopefully they can carry that forward because, again, I think you've got the makings of a really good offense with Caleb and the weapons that he has at his disposal. Of course, you need to draw up, some better protection plans. They went max protect also quite a few times today, which is good to see because you allow Caleb to pick apart, see what he's, dissect what you're seeing and give him time. And that worked as well today. So, I don't know if it's just the Panthers. Maybe we'll see if this carries over as well. Again, the Jacksonville Jaguars defensively have not been any world beater. So there should be some opportunities there next week for the Bears to build on this.
No, 100%. I wonder how much London is going to affect them, but I love the fact that they're leaving early.
Mm-hmm.
I think the last time we played in London, we left like on a Wednesday, and you could tell that
the Raiders.
You could tell they were feeling.
They came out sleepy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they've done. I've seen it work both ways, right? And so it's impossible, and it's not like there's a long history of the same teams doing it over and over again, aside from the Jaguars, right? So it's just weird. You don't know exactly what's going to be most beneficial. I'm with you, though. I think get out there early, give your team the chance to acclimate, and not try and squeeze it in, sneak it in, be there as little time as possible because you're just asking for trouble if you do that.
Yeah, there's nothing not beneficial about letting your body adjust to the time.
Yeah.
like that's what it comes down to me. And I guess credit to the Bears learning this time around. Let's get out there a little bit early. Let's do this the right way. Let's let these guys acclimate.
I think the only question would be, did they give any consideration to just having flying right out at night? That would have been asking a lot. And I don't even know what the NFLPA allows at certain points. That would have been the only thing is could you have left any earlier by basically leaving after today's game. But again, I'm not going to quibble with how the Bears are planning out this London trip. They're giving the guys plenty of time.
There's plenty of time.
Figure it out.
Leaving tomorrow afternoon, there's plenty of time.
Well, I would think you could, right? Because if it's it's not the same time going out to like Seattle or something like that, flight wise, but you can leave right after if you have a Thursday night game.
If they want it,
so you probably could leave just straight away. But
I'm sure you want to let the guys get the good night's sleep in your own bed, and then you go from there. We'll see how they come out next week. Again, though, hopefully, because if they can get that win and be 4-2 heading into the bye, I think we'll feel drastically different about how this season could potentially go, especially if they look good again offensively. If they go 3 straight weeks where the offense looks like they're starting to get things together and progressing, and then you're coming back to a bye, it'll be a much different feeling as opposed to being 3-3, losing to the Jags, and then having to go play the Commanders in a game where everyone's going to be talking about Jaden versus Caleb.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can build on this and get themselves a 4-2 before the bye. 312-332-3776. I'm Jeff Meller along with Jason McKie and Pat the designer. We're hanging out with you till 7:30. I will let you hear from the Bears head coach, Matt Eberflus, what stuck out to him this game. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next on ESPN 1000.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
A lot of talk about the rookie in town right now, but when it comes to your home, you definitely do not want the rookie. And I've got the pro right here. My guy Dave from Falco. Hello, Cap. I mean it, Dave. I wouldn't trust just anyone with my home. You guys are the ultimate pros. A Chicago company, almost 50 years. No one else you should consider for windows.
Well, I'm biased. Couldn't agree more.
And with 50% off windows with no interest for 1 year, it's the perfect time to go away with the weather. Now close this out.
Call now.
6 for Velco.
Few Whiskey. You met us? Few was born in Detroit and comes from Evanston, the town where the temperance movement started and prohibition lasted until 1972. Here at Few, we make whiskey the only way we know how, our way. We use an iconic 70-20-10 mash bill. We mash, ferment, distill, bottle, and age all right here in Chicagoland. Few makes Chicago-style whiskeys for Chicago whiskey drinkers. Few Spirits, Incorporated 2011, 46.5% alcohol by volume. Evanston, Illinois, 60202.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Postgame continues now on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Meller, and Pat Designer.
We're breaking down the schedule in the break. We're talking about some of the upsets. You can never, even though no matter how big an NFL fan you are, you can never pinpoint all of the upsets that are going to happen on a week-to-week basis. You just never know who's going to get the better of another team. And, of course, the couple that stand out to us, the Cardinals finding a way to beat the San Francisco 49ers in Santa Clara. The Cardinals win 24-23 in that one. And then, of course, the Giants finding a way to beat the Seattle Seahawks without Malik Neighbors, heading to Seattle, going across country into Seattle, and winning that game 29-20 against the Seahawks team that was 3-1 and was coming off of a tough loss to the Lions. So you thought the Seahawks would have been up for that one, but that was not the case. And so you look around the league; both those losses are good for the Bears because it's going to be a dogfight for those probably 5th, 6th, 7th those wild card spots in the NFC. We know that the NFC is North just based on the fact that it doesn't have a team with a losing record right now in the NFC North, and the Saints play tomorrow night, so they're 2-2. They've got the Chiefs, so that's going to be a tough game for them. But they're on the outside looking in. They've had a couple of big offensive performances, so I think a lot of teams believe the Saints are going to be there in the end, at least fighting for a spot. I mentioned the Seahawks are now they fall to 3-2 with this loss, but they are still in first in their division because the 49ers lose as well. So it's wacky when you look at the standings right now. The Vikings are 5-0. They're in first in the NFC. The Commanders are 4-1. They're sitting in second, the second seed in the NFC right now. The Commanders. The Falcons are 3-2 and in third in the conference. Yeah. And then the Seahawks, despite their loss, are 3-2, but they're ahead in their division. So they're in the 4th seed. The Lions are sitting with the wild card at 3-1. The Bucs are 3-2 in the 6th seed. The Packers and Bears are also 3-2, and they're in 7-8. So the Bears right now, just on the outside looking in based on whatever the weird tiebreakers are without head-to-head matchups. But nevertheless, it's going to be a dogfight in this NFC. Yeah. So good news for the Bears to get that 36-10 win over the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, the NFC North, the toughest division in football.
I was just about to ask my hands up. Because this is the best division in football.
I mean, when is the last time you've seen an NFC North competitive like it is? I mean, you watched Detroit last week. I mean, wow. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at the Vikings. Wow, you're 5-0 with Sam Darnold at the helm.
Yes.
Come on, man. Like, this is going to be –
I will stop you real quick because Sam Darnold, and they were talking about this a lot in the broadcast today. Like, I truly think getting away from New York, then going, Carolina, he played pretty well in his short time with Carolina. Then he gets to go to San Francisco and learn under Kyle Shanahan and sit back and watch, you know what I mean? And so now he comes in Minnesota. He's got an opportunity where he's kind of mature. He's also had a chance to watch and learn from some of the best OCs. So I'm not going to dismiss Sam Darnold not being a solid, maybe even better than solid quarterback this year for the Vikings.
Well, listen, I love the fact that you saw him get an opportunity to go to a team that said, "Hey, what happens if we put an offensive line and give you Justin Jefferson?" I love that because how many guys?
Don't forget Jordan Addison. We're throwing a little Jordan Addison. We'll give you a little bit of Aaron Jones as well.
How many guys don't get that opportunity that you look at and you go, "I feel like he should have been a better quarterback than what we saw," but you see him behind a dog water offensive line. He's got no running game. He's got a. Who was his? It wasn't his.
Here's the thing.
Wasn't the former Bears OC?
Adam Gase.
Adam Gase was his head coach.
Yes. But here's the thing. There's a lot of OCs in this game, right? Their style, they try to make a quarterback fit in their style.
Yeah.
We've seen that before.
Absolutely.
We've seen that a lot. And you got to be humble enough as an OC to understand what is my quarterback skill set.
Sure.
Can I adapt to my quarterback skill set, right, and make him either a game manager or a playmaker? You know what I'm saying? So I have to be humble enough to be able to change my scheme, my philosophy to fit the quarterback that I have. There's some OCs in this game that won't. And when they won't do it, this guy's a bust. That guy's a bust. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
You got to have the humbleness to be able to say, I've got to put together a game plan. I've got to put together a scheme that fits the skill set of my offense, mainly my quarterback.
And just talking about, is the NFC North the best division in football right now? Here's the tough part, and I did this over on the Windy City Breeze last week. I started going through everyone's schedules and seeing like, okay, how many games are they going to lose? Just based on how teams are playing right now.
In the NFC North?
Just in the NFC North.
Yep.
I don't see a lot of losses on anyone's schedule. I'm sure that there will be some injuries will happen and stuff like that. But like you look at that team up north, right?
Like a lot of teams, like a lot of the NFC North teams are going to be favorites in a lot of these games.
I mean, like Cardinals, Texans. Texans is maybe a tough game. This for the team up north, the green one. They got the Jaguars. Then it's division rival Lions. We know that's going to be a dogfight, right? You got the Niners in there. Of course, they play the Bears. Got the Dolphins. Is Tua back? I don't know.
He should be, but
you
don't know.
You know what I mean?
He should be.
You got the Saints. You got the Seahawks. These are all teams that I think that Green Bay can go out there and beat. It's same thing for right. Let's hope not. But when you look at how these teams are playing, right? Even the Bears with how stout their defense is, there's not an offense we play that I think can pick us apart. There's not an offense that I look across at and I'm like, yeah, they're gonna really get after us. That's gonna be one of the toughest games of the season. I'm kind of like, that might be a little tougher than what we've seen, but this defense is really ridiculously good. So I do look at,
especially I will say, like the Bears have played the Lions pretty well over the last couple of years.
100%.
Should have won both games last year.
So
should have won.
The Lions are probably on paper the toughest offense that the Bears have remaining on their schedule. But again, division foe who they seem to match up pretty well against.
Yes.
So we'll see, what exactly the Lions can do. A lot of people are everyone. The Bears' second half schedule is clearly tougher than the first half schedule.
100%.
But at the same time, I do think the Bears with Caleb Williams will probably be if they're fortunate to avoid any tough injuries, if they go forward, I think they'll be getting better as the season progresses. And so even though the tougher part of your schedule will be there, there's an opportunity for this Bears team to be a tougher opponent at that time.
And I think last week, right, because the thing is with a lot of those divisional teams, right, when you look at the Lions, you look at the Packers, you look at the Vikings, a lot of blitzes, a lot of, hey, we're going to get after you. But then I look at last week, Caleb Williams faced a lot of blitzes, 8 for 8 versus the blitz last week. When under pressure, a 124 passer rating last week, best in the NFL. Like, you're seeing Caleb Williams start to ascend versus things that I would think that the Vikings and Lions and Packers would do to try to disrupt him. Now, the level of competition is going to be different. It's a lot different when I have Aiden Hutchinson rushing me versus,
that's the key.
Kind of who was left on that Rams defensive line.
And I think when you guys mentioned it earlier, or a caller mentioned it, right? It's we keep talking about Caleb, but it's the supporting cast that's got to get progressively better each and every game. In particular in the offensive line, right? You saw them this line they were terrible at first start of the season. They've gotten better.
Yes.
And you can say it's the Carolina Panthers, but they got better. You're going to get better, you're going to get worse. So it's a defense that continues to just be consistent, but get better in terms of their takeaway, in terms of their ability to shut down the opposing offense. But offensively, we've got to see an offense and guys getting progressively better.
No doubt about it. That's Jason McKie. He's on the sidelines of every Bears game. He's with us on the post-game show. Along with Pat the Designer, I'm Jeff Meller, taking your calls up till 7:30 at 312-232-776. I promised Matt Eberflus, the head coach, spoke after the game and talked about what stuck out for him from today's win.
Yeah, lots of things. I was real pleased with the guys, the way they've been communicating, in detail and in practice the last 2 weeks. And, it's starting to pay off and just communicating with each other and making sure everything's right in terms of the execution piece of it. We started last game with some penalties in the beginning, and I thought we were much cleaner, in terms of starting the game that way. But, again, my hat's off to them for their focus and for the coaches and really for the fans. The fans do a great job, and fans are a weapon here at home, and they do a wonderful job with that. So the turnovers, of course, 3-0, 3-0, 16 points off the turnovers. The sacks are always a big thing for us, 4-1 there. So I think that's a really good advantage right there. But, the clean operation with the quarterback, passer rating of 126, took 1 sack, and obviously had that really did a nice job of moving the ball around all of our skill. So that was really good. And then being committed to the run game, ran 39 times. Some of that was 4-minute because of the lead. Right before half, I was really pleased with that, how we operated there to get that lead. And the guys really did a nice job on complementary football.
Did you notice this, J-Mac, as the game was unfolding? Again, that was Matt Eberflus after the game. You can also hear him. He'll be on with Cap and J Hood tomorrow, as he is every Monday at 8:20 when the Bears head coach joins Cap and J Hood right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000. Did you notice, J-Mac, that when the Bears were lining up in victory formation, Tyson Bagent went out there?
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that? I'm just curious.
I'm fine with it for one reason. You don't want the negative yards on Caleb at the end of that game. Because what is it? Does it go down as rushing or passing?
Yes.
It goes down as rushing.
Not passing, negative rushing.
Yeah, it goes down to rush.
Because Caleb.
Maybe I don't care as much in that situation.
Tyson Bagent's stat line today: 3 carries for negative 4 yards.
Yeah.
They were all kneels. They're exactly what you want. I just found it interesting that they chose to send Tyson out there. It was perfectly fine.
Is it because of how chippy that?
You
don't want to risk it.
Somebody get a cheap shot. You know what I'm saying?
But yes, usually in that situation, you'll send out your starting quarterback to go take the knee, right? Like it's one of those things where a lot of times it's like, hey, it's you get to take those knees. It's a form of celebration, always, right?
But in a chippy game,
yeah,
right?
maybe that is.
You get a defensive
We're not going
tackle
to take no
that's,
chances.
You know, he's running through just to try and make a little contact. He's like, I'm looking for a fight. We didn't got beat already.
It's still the best formation in football.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Sweet victory.
3 straight knees to close it out for the Bears, a 36-10 winner over the Panthers. Their 8th straight at Soldier Field before they go and host the Jacksonville Jaguars in London. It is technically a home game, the international game for the Bears next Sunday. But of course, I would imagine, because the Bears actually have a long history of being a popular team in England. It dates all the way back to the 80s when the Bears took a preseason game over, I believe it was 1986 after the Super Bowl winning season, when they went over and played a preseason game in London. So they have been a popular team in England for some time. So I would imagine that even though the Jags are kind of, like I said, they have a big London presence, I bet the Bears fans will outnumber the Jags in London next week. I would imagine.
It's tough though, because the Jags play them all the time.
They do.
You know what I mean? Like,
listen,
that's the funny thing.
That's something that we'll have to ask Joniak and Thayer, to take the temperature of next week and see what they observe. Do they think it'll be more Bears fans or more Jags? Because yes, this is the one team that takes the trip over for a couple weeks every year, the Jags.
Yeah, I wonder how many people from Chicago will take the trip over as well and get into the stadium. The fans there, like you've said, I mean, there's always fans whenever we do our watch parties over on the Breeze. It's like there's always somebody like it's 4 o'clock in the morning here, guys. Like I'm watching. Like there's a ton of Bears fans overseas. That tune in for the Bears, and so I do wonder how much how packed it is going to be Bears wise, or is it going to be a quiet stadium because the Bears are just thumping the Jaguars in there and not a lot of cheering.
We'll see. Hopefully that will be the case. And I promise you, we will take the temperature of the fans out there as your home of the Chicago Bears on ESPN 1000. All right, when we come back, we'll wrap things up and get you set for tomorrow's broadcast day right here on the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yeah, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now for October 10th, get fast, reliable 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract with free Wi-Fi equipment included. And ask you to get an eligible free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires privileged and auto-registered bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or somebody you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
It's time to make your skate great and get some ice time this fall.
The new Homewood Flossmoor Ice Arena. For 50 years, HF Ice Arena has been the beloved home for skaters of all ages. Find out why. Sign your kids up for hockey or ice skating lessons this summer, or plan for upcoming leagues now. Homewood Flossmoor Ice Arena, located across from Coyote Run Golf Course and Wiley's Grill. Visit hfparks.com for available ice time. Do something cool for you and your family with some chill time at HF Ice Arena, an official Blackhawks rink partner.
Welcome back to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Wrapping things up here on the post-game show after a 36-10 Bears winner on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000. Thanks to Jack McGrath and Kendra Smith for producing this evening's show. I said, don't forget, again, London, we've said it numerous times, but again, that will change your scheduled day here on ESPN 1000 on next Sunday. You'll get the fantasy show is going to start at 5 a.m. next week, so 5 to 6 a.m. getting you started there, and then we will go into the pregame coverage. J-Mac is going to be with Sylvie and Lance Briggs at 6 a.m., and then, of course, we'll have the 8:30 kick from London. Joniak and Bear will be on the call live from across the pond. And then, of course, Yerko and Peggy will be back with the post-game show right after it wraps up. And then Pat and I will be back with the post-game show. I guess we're going to be on earlier than we ever have been before. It'll be in the middle of the day. So we'll have the post-game show next week. I'm guessing probably will be on about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So
we'll have Pat's crew out there viewing the show.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, wow. It's
Pat's
my
Crusaders. Pat's Crusaders.
I always invite for Kendra to keep an eye.
What we're gonna do? We're gonna get you a banner. We're gonna put, because at the stadium everybody has like a banner. You know what I mean? Tremaine Edmonds troops or whatever. We're gonna put a banner out for Pat's Crusaders.
Pat's Crusaders.
They watch the show faithfully every week.
The designer, right?
They show up.
Pat's Designers.
They show up.
Pat's
Designers.
They show up every week just to see what you're going to be wearing, Pat.
You never know. You never know.
Your fans travel well, Pat.
Hey, man. I keep them coming.
I see. Me and Miller, we see every week, right?
Absolutely. They love to check in on Pat each and every week.
Before we get out of here, may I start a war between Philly?
Do your thing.
May I start a little?
Don't go to Philly now. I'm telling you. Hey,
yeah, I mean, that's of all the cities to pick a fight.
Please
with.
do not go to Philly, Pat. I'm just telling you.
I just gotta say.
All right, man. Keep messing with Philly.
I mean, listen, they picked the player. I didn't pick him.
I'm just saying.
The discourse before these two were drafted was that one was better than the other. Coming out of high school, one was higher than the other rated.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bears ended up with that player.
Okay.
Philadelphia takes Jalen Carter. The Chicago Bears take Javon Dexter. I am ready to start the discourse that Javon Dexter is the better of the two players. Because very exciting. Last season, great rookie year for Jalen Carter.
Right.
6 sacks. Have not seen that same impact from him at all this season. Sometimes looks lost in the shuffle out there. Sometimes looks like just not the same level of impact, not getting to the quarterback, creating that pressure nearly as much.
I will say, I'm trying to remember which game was it. Was it the Falcons game? He was a game wrecker. I believe it was the Falcons game. Right? That was Monday night, right? I think but I will admit,
not saying he's a bad player.
I will admit,
not saying he's a bad player.
He needs to be more consistent, Jalen Carter, that is. Yeah. And I'm ecstatic about what Javon Dexter is doing week in week out.
Early, though. I mean, it's so early. Second year.
Listen, I'm not saying that Jalen Carter is bad. I think that Jalen Carter has talent. I think that he has taken a step backwards. Meanwhile, it feels like Javon Dexter has taken a massive step forward.
Yeah.
Dare I say, with a defensive line that I think most of us would agree is not at the same level as Philly's defensive line, right? Like they're very talented and growing.
I don't know.
Every week.
At this stage, I think you could.
Would you even them out? You'd say they're about the same
based
right
on
now?
this year, what the Bears are doing, and a lot of credit goes to Javon Dexter. The Philly defensively is a mess, and they're not getting home. The pass rush has been, I'm not going to say non-existent, but it hasn't been there consistently the way they needed. So I think the Bears D-line, player for player right now, I think
the credit.
I might take the Bears over the Eagles.
Let's just look at the makeup, the DNA of this. I mean, you got Sweat, you got Taylor, you got Billings, added some pass rush ability. You got the emergence of Javon Dexter. You got Austin Booker. You got DeMarcus Walker making play. Everybody's getting in.
Yeah. And we saw Daniel Hardy be an impact player in preseason, so he hasn't had a lot of opportunities yet.
And I'll tell you, I'll tell you what, that D line room is one of the most competitive rooms that you'll ever be around. Even back in my day here, you had the guys like Alex Brown and Adewale, you had Tommy Harris, Tank Johnson, like Mark Anderson. They was super competitive, man. Like they see Javon getting sacks. Billy wants to get a sack. Absolutely. And believe me, there's competition in that room. They got things on the line. Who's going to lead the room in sacks? Trust me.
No doubt.
I'm excited to see that something that we've done. You're seeing the quick results of it, right? Mm-hmm. We're seeing that whenever we see that. I think Rome started to show a little bit of that as well with his last couple of weeks. Maybe a little bit less step back here than last year. But Javon Dexter, a guy who clearly was off to a slow start last season, going from a two-gap system to a penetrating style system, had to change his mind back over. But when he was coming out of high school and he was in that penetrating style, he was the higher recruited prospect than Jalen Carter. You saw Jalen Carter got to go and play in a style that fit his game. Javon Dexter had to go through some changes. Now, seeing them get back in where he's comfortable, you're seeing that man thrive, and I just love to see it from Javon Dexter.
You're seeing a young guy, right? A young ascending player that really took the offseason and literally ran with it, right? Mm-hmm. He lost some weight, might get off too slow. He took the coaching and criticism, right, that he was lacking his first year. You see a second-round draft pick, okay, I understand my expectations. I didn't live up to them my rookie year. So what do I got to do? I got to go back to the lab this offseason. I got to lose weight so my get-off is there. Yeah. I got to change my game to adapt to this style of defense we're playing, but I got to also change my game to adapt to this NFL speed, NFL play, this level of play. So it's good when you see rookies, they see their deficiencies, they see what they got to change, and they go into the lab in the offseason. And that's why you see a Javon Dexter reaping the benefits because he put in the work in the offseason.
No doubt about it. Week in and week out, he's been, through 5 weeks,
4 sacks.
I mean, I'm trying, and another fumble recovery. Yeah. I'm trying to think, like, he might be, if you had to pick, outstanding player on the Bears defense so far. Yeah. Dexter, Jalen Johnson stands out, but, and Montez Sweat is just consistent, but he hasn't had the production this year that he had last year. So, Dexter could be in that conversation for most outstanding Bears defensive players so far.
When you look at it, they've all gotten better.
Yeah.
We talked about DeMarcus Walker last year. Where was he on the opposite side of Sweat? He's been, wrecking havoc on that D-line. Yeah. You bring in Taylor, who hasn't been here that long, who's wrecking havoc. I mean, it's awesome. Billings has gotten better. It's good to see. And it's good to see that you have some young talent there. You have Austin Booker, Daniel Hardy. You got those guys waiting in the wings.
Yes. And then the linebackers, at the second level, Edmonds and Edwards and even Sanborn when he gets into like I have all the faith in the world that the consistency they bring in down in and down out is right there amongst the best. And the secondary might be the best unit on the defense.
They got some guys, man. And even the backups. I mean, there are guys that come in and make plays. Blackwell, he's a maven on special teams, but then he gets his opportunity in the defensive secondary and makes plays like they're competing. Yeah, they are competing, and that's when you have the signs of a great defense because, hey, I know these guys are the starters. I know these guys are the household names, but guess what? When I get my opportunity to go in there, I'm going to make a play because I do not want to be the guy that gives up something on this defense.
I don't know which hit did it, J-Mac, but it felt like Jeff, you bring up the linebackers. It felt like those Carolina receivers were a little bit leery of the Bears linebackers as that second half.
Did they hear the pitter-patter?
Ask Jatavian Sanders. Ask Jatavian Sanders. He made a business decision going across. He was running a drag route, and he was like, you know what? I'm going to stick my hand out there to show effort, but I ain't taking this hit.
Tremaine Evans was looking him dead in the eye. I was like, you was about to get laid out, right? You had a little hug after, that little close hug.
You are what you put on film. And this defense is what they're putting on film is they're putting on film discipline. They're putting on film physicality and playmaking ability.
All right. Early read on next week. You boys have any predictions for what you think plays out in London with the Bears and the Jags?
I think this game is a lot closer than we think. I think that the offense still kind of keeps it going. I don't think the Jags defense is all that great and stout and going to slow down anything that the Bears have built momentum-wise. But I do think that this game is a little bit closer because the Bears aren't used to being in London. The Jaguars are, right? So I think that evens the playing field out. I'm feeling right now, early in the week, we'll see how injuries and things like that play out. But 21-17 has been what's been screaming out to me at this game, just because of how much I think it is going to equalize that the Jaguars are used to this game already, and the Bears have never been in there, and you're taking a rookie quarterback into that situation.
Yeah, I mean, does this defense travel? We've seen it travel here in the States.
Does it travel across
Is
the
it going
pond?
to travel across the pond? So it's going to be a good matchup. You know, Trevor Lawrence has been over there in London. You know, he's had an opportunity to play there the last few years. You know, is this defense going to travel? And I want to see an offense that continues to get better.
Yeah.
And the Bears will get a dose of Brian Thomas Jr., who is an explosive wide receiver who was also drafted in the first round. He had another 85-yard touchdown today for the Jags. So we'll be watching and listening right here on ESPN 1000. All right, thanks again to Kendra Smith and Jack McGrath. Thank you, Jason McKie and Pat the Designer, for hanging out with me. I am Jeff Meller. Up next, we're going to bring you to Padres and Dodgers. Game 2 of that. The Dodgers lead the series 1-0, but the Padres are up 3-0 as they head to the bottom of the second. That game is going to be joined in progress as we wrap up here. The Phillies beat the Mets earlier today, 7-6, to tie that series up at 1 apiece. For J-Mac and Pat the Designer, I'm Jeff Meller. Thanks for listening to the Bears Post-Game Show on ESPN 1000.
The Bears.
Looking for a destination where everything you need and want is right at your fingertips? Look no further than Rosemont. It's all here. Shopping, it's here. Dining, it's here. Entertainment, here. Rosemont's vibrance shines bright with convenience, excitement, and attractions for one and all. When it comes to finding everything you're looking for, it's all here.